fact, the Quran says that the month of Ramadan is that in which the Quran was revealed. Stop right there. Now, the Quran didn't make a mistake. But we know that the Quran was not revealed in 1 month. It was revealed over a period of 23 years. So which Quran was revealed in the month of Ramadan? Is there another book that is to come in the month of Ramadan? Or is it that supreme understanding of this book will be given in the month of Ramadan? All the scholars agree that something here needs to be better understood, because the Quran was not revealed in the month of Ramadan. It began in the month of Ramadan. And when that first revelation came to Muhammad, the scholars say it came in the month of December. You hear that? If you can't go the whole 30 days with us, take one. If you get by one, try two. During the daylight hours from sun up, don't put anything in your mouth. No water, no food. If you feel that you're going to be famished, get up before the sun rises. Get up at around 5:30. And if you feel like you need something, make you something then. It's permissible. But if I were you, I would need food then. I would take me a nice herbal tea, water, and juice. And when the sun or the day begins to break, stop. When it's dark again, and eat. That discipline all day long. Think about it. People going to the water cooler at work drinking, and you are just not drinking. People eating their lunch and you smell it and want it, you not eat. Even during the daylight hours, a man is not allowed to take pleasure with his wife or vice versa during the daylight hours. If you can resist, your will be stronger. And so now, as we read this Quran, we are enlightened by its beauty, the majesty of these ayats. And you would not know that unless you are reading the Quran as we are instructed to do. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something about Ramadan. This is a very sacred month. Not just a month of fasting, but a month of challenging ourselves in a way that after this month, when we take the Eid prayer and feast of joy, after having struggled to complete our 30 days, it brings us to a new day, a new year of our Islam. And so I want to say to those who tried, we thank Allah for you, and you are the beneficiaries of your striving.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me? Sister Alexia, you can go ahead and put it on the screen so we don't have to wait until we get started. We are on day 8. We are on day 8 of reading the Quran together, part 8. For those who have the Muhammad Ali version, we are on page 310. Surah 6 or chapter 6, ayat 111. So I'm going to give y'all a little time to get there. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that those on the internet can see the book if you don't have it. All right, cool. I'll be starting us off today. How can I see the screen? So if you're on your phone, just swipe all the way to the left and like get out of like gallery view, and then you should be able to see the Quran. She's sharing her screen right now. You should be able to see it. But in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. I would like to greet you all again with the greeting words of peace. We said in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum. All right. Section 14. Polytheist opposition. And even if we sent down to them the angels and the dead speak to them, and we bring together all things before them, they would not believe unless Allah please, but most of them are ignorant. And thus did we make for every prophet an enemy. The devils from among men and jinn, some of them inspiring others with gilded speech to deceive them. And if thou, Lord, pleased, they would not do it. So leave them alone with what they forge. And that the hearts of those who believe not in the hereafter may incline thereto, and that they may be pleased with it, and that they may earn what they are earning. Shall I then seek a judge other than Allah, when he it is who has sent down to you the book fully explained? And those whom we have given the book know that it is revealed by thy Lord with truth. So be not thou of the disputers. And the word of thy Lord has been accomplished truly and justly. There is none who can change his words, and he is the hearer and knower. And if thou obey most of those in the earth, they will lead thee astray from Allah's way. They follow not but conjecture, and they only lie. Surely thy Lord, he knows best who goes astray from his way, and he knows best the guided ones. Eat then of that on which Allah's name has been mentioned, if you are believers in his messages. And what reason have you that you should not eat of that on which Allah's name is mentioned, when he has already made plain to you what he has forbidden to you, excepting that which you are compelled to? And surely many lead people astray by their low desires through ignorance. Surely thy Lord, he best knows the transgressors. And avoid open sins and secret ones. Surely they who earn sin will be rewarded for what they have earned. And eat not of that on which Allah's name has not been mentioned, and that is surely a transgression. And certainly the devils inspired their friends to contend with you, and if you obey them, you will surely be polytheists. Section 15, the chief opponents. Is he who was dead, then we raised him to life and made for him a light by which he walks among the people, like him whose likeness is that of one in darkness, whence he cannot come forth. Thus their doings are made fair seeming to the believers. And thus have we made in every town the leaders of its guilty ones, that they may make plans therein. And they plan not but against themselves, and they perceive not. And when a message comes to them, they say, we will not believe till we are given the like of that which Allah's messengers are given. Allah best knows where to place his message. Humiliation from Allah and severe chastisement will surely befall the guilty for their planning. So whomsoever Allah tends to guide, he expands his breast for Islam. And whoever he intends to leave in error, he makes his breast straight and narrow as though he were ascending upwards. Thus does Allah lay uncleanness on those who believe not. And this is the path of thy Lord, a straight path. Indeed, we have made the messages clear for people who mind. Theirs is the abode of peace with their Lord, and he is their friend because of what they do. And on the day when he will gather them all together, O assembly of jinn, you took away a great part of men and their friends from among men who will say, our Lord, some of us profited by others, and we have reached our appointed term which thou didst appoint for us. He will say, the fire is your abode. You shall abide therein except as Allah please. Surely thy Lord is wise, knowing. And thus do we make some of the iniquitous to befriend others on account of what they earn. All right. Up next, we have Brother King Cam.
Section 16, Evils of Idolatry. O community of jinn and men, did there not come to you messengers from among you, relating to you my messages and warning you of the meaning of this day of yours? They will say, we bear witness against ourselves. And this world's life deceived them, and they will bear witness against themselves that they were disbelievers. This is because thy Lord would not destroy towns unjustly while their people are negligent. And for all are degrees according to their doings. And thy Lord is not heedless of what they do. And thy Lord is the self-sufficient one, the Lord of mercy. If he please, he may remove you and make whom he pleases successors after you, even as he raised you up from the seed of other people. Surely that which you are promised will come to pass, and you cannot escape it. Say, O my people, act accordingly. Okay. Act according to your ability. I too am acting. So you will soon come to know for whom is the good end of the abode. Surely the wrongdoers will not succeed. And they set apart a portion for Allah out of what he has created of tilth and cattle, and say, this is for Allah. So they assert, and this for our associate gods. Then that which is for their associate gods reaches not Allah, and that which is for Allah reaches their associate gods. Evil is what they judge. And thus their associate gods have made fair seeming to many polytheists the killing of their children, that they may cause them to perish and obscure for them their religion. And if Allah had pleased, they would not have done it. So leave them alone with that which they forge. And they say, such and such cattle and crops are prohibited. None shall eat them except such as we please. So they assert, and cattle whose backs are forbidden, and cattle on which they would not mention Allah's name, forging a lie against him. He will requite them for what they forge. And they say, that which is in the wombs of such and such is cattle, such and such cattle is reserved for our males and forbidden to our wives. And if it be stillborn, they are partners in it. He will reward them for their false attribution. Surely he is wise, knowing. They are losers indeed who kill their children foolishly without knowledge and forbid that which Allah has provided for them, forging a lie against Allah. They indeed go astray and are not guided. Section 17, Idolaters self-impose prohibitions. And he it is who produces gardens, trellised and untrellised, and palms and seed produce of which the fruits are of various sorts, and olives and pomegranates, like and unlike. Eat of its fruit when it bears fruit, and pay the due of it on the day of its reaping, and be not prodigal. Surely he loves not the prodigals. And of the cattle he has created some for burden and some for slaughter. Eat of that which Allah has given you, and follow not the footsteps of the devil. Surely he is your open enemy. 8 in pairs, of the sheep 2, and of the goats 2. Say, has he forbidden the 2 males or the 2 females, or that which the wombs of the two females contain? Inform me with knowledge if you are truthful. And of the camels, two of the cows, and of the camels two, and of the cows two. Say, he has forbidden the two males or the two females, or that which the wombs of the two females contain? Or were you witnesses when Allah enjoined you this? Who is then more unjust than he who forges a lie against Allah to lead men astray without knowledge? Surely Allah guides not the iniquitous people.
Next, next up, we got Brother Khalil.
Section 18, Prohibited Foods. Say, I find not in that which is revealed to me aught forbidden for an eater to eat thereof, except that it be what dies of itself, or blood poured forth, or flesh of swine, for that surely is unclean. Or what is a transgression other than the name of Allah having been invoked on it? But whoever is driven to necessity, not desiring nor exceeding the limit, then surely thy Lord is forgiving, merciful. And to those who are Jews, we are forbade every animal having claws, and of oxen and sheep we forbade them the fat thereof, except such as was on their backs, or their entrails, or what was mixed with bones. This was a punishment we gave them on account of their rebellion, and we are surely truthful. But if they give thee the lie, then say, your Lord is the Lord of all-encompassing mercy, and his punishment cannot be averted from the guilty people. Those who are polytheists say, if Allah pleased, we would not have a set up aught with him, nor our fathers, nor would we have made anything unlawful. Thus did those before them reject the truth until they tasted our punishment. Say, have you any knowledge so you would bring it forth to us? You only follow a conjecture, and you only tell lies. Say, then Allah's is the conclusive argument. So if he had pleased, he would have guided you all. Say, bring your witnesses who bear witness that Allah forbade this. If they bear witness, then do not thou bear witness with them, and follow not the low desires of those who reject our messages, and those who believe not in the hereafter, and they make others equal with their Lord. Section 19, Guiding Rules of Life. Say, come, I will recite what your Lord has forbidden to you. Associate not with him, and do good to parents, and slay not your children for fear of poverty. We provide for you and for them, and draw not nigh to indecency, open or secret, and kill not the soul which Allah has made sacred except in the course of justice. This he enjoins upon you that you may understand. And approach not the property of the orphan except in the best manner, until he attains his maturity. And give full measure and weight with equity. We impose not on any soul a duty except to the extent of its ability. And when you speak, be just, though it be against a relative, and fulfill Allah's covenant. This he enjoins on you, that you may be mindful. And know that this is my path, the right one. So follow it, and follow not others' ways, for they will lead you away from his way. This he enjoins on you, that you may keep your duty. Again, we gave the book to Moses to complete our blessings on him who would do good and making plain all things, and a guidance and a mercy so that they might believe in the meeting with their Lord.
Next up, we have Sister Diabra.
Section, excuse me, Section 20, the goal for the faithful. And this is a book we have revealed full of blessings. So follow it and keep your duty that mercy may be shown to you, lest you should say that the book was revealed only to two parties before us, and we were truly unaware of what they read. Or, lest you say, if the book had been revealed to us, we would have been better guided than they. So, indeed, there has come to you clear proof from your Lord, and guidance and mercy. Who is then more unjust than he who rejects Allah's messages and turns away from them? We reward those who turn away from our messages with an evil chastisement because they turned away. They wait not aught but that the angels should come to them, or that thy Lord should come, or that some of the signs of thy Lord should come. On the day when some of the signs of thy Lord come, its fate will not profit a soul which believed not before, nor earned good through its faith. Say, wait, we too are waiting. As for those who split up their religion and become sects, thou hast no concern with them. Their affair is only with Allah. Then He will inform them of what they did. Whoever brings a good deed will have tenfold like it, and whoever brings an evil deed will be recompensed only with the like of it, and they shall not be wrong. Say, as for me, my Lord has guided me to the right path, a right religion, the faith of Abraham, the upright one, and he was not of the polytheists. Say, my prayer and my sacrifice and my life and my death are surely for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. No associate has he, and this am I commanded. I am the first of those who submit. Say, shall I seek a Lord other than Allah, while He is the Lord of all things? And no soul earns evil but against itself, nor does a barrier of burden bear the burden of another. Then to your Lord is your return, so He will inform you of that in which you differed. And He it is who has made you successors in the land and exalted some of you in rank above others, that He may try you by what He has given you. Surely thy Lord is quick in requiting evil, and He is surely the forgiving, the merciful. Chapter 7, the elevated places. Section 1, opponent's doom. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I, Allah, am the best knower, the truthful. A book revealed to thee, so let there be no straightness in thy breast concerning it, that thou mayest warn thereby, and a reminder to the believers.
No, they had no one scheduled yesterday.
Follow what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and follow not besides him any guardians. Little do you mind. And how many a town have we destroyed? Our punishment came to it by night, or while they slept at midday. Yet their cry, when our punishment came to them, was nothing but that they say, surely we were wrongdoers. Then certainly we shall question those to whom messengers were sent, and we shall question the messengers. Then surely we shall relate to them with knowledge, and we are never absent. And the judging on that day will be just. So as for those whose good deeds are heavy, they are the successful. And as for those whose good deeds are light, they are those are they who ruin their souls because they disbelieve in our messages. And certainly we established you in the earth and made therein means of livelihood for you. Little it is that you give thanks.
Sister Regina. Sister Regina. All right, Sister Shireen.
Section 2, the devil's opposition to man. And we indeed created you, then we fashioned you, then we said to the angels, make submission to Adam. So they submitted, except Iblis. He was not of those who submitted. He said, What hindered thee that thou didst not submit when I commanded thee? He said,
Talk
I
about
am be- he said, I am better than he. Thou hast created me of fire, while him thou didst create of dust. He said, then go forth from this state, for it is not for thee to behave proudly therein. Go forth, therefore, surely thou art of the abject ones. He said, respite me till the day when they are raised. He said, thou art surely of the respited ones. He said, as thou hast adjudged me to be Aaron, I will certainly lie in wait, excuse me, for them in thy straight path. Then I shall certainly come upon them from before them and from behind them and from their right and from their left, and thou wilt not find most of them thankful. He said, get out of it, despised and driven away. Whoever of them will follow thee, I will certainly fill hell with you all. And we said, O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden, so eat from whence you desire, but go not near this tree, lest you become of the unjust. But the devil made an evil suggestion to them that he might make manifest to them that which had been hidden from them of their shame. And he said, your Lord has forbidden you this tree, lest you become angels or become of the immortals. And he swore to them both, surely I am a sincere advisor to you. Thus he caused them to fall by deceit. So when they had tasted of the tree, their shame became manifest to them, and they both began to cover themselves with the leaves of the garden. And their Lord called to them, did I not forbid you that tree, and say to you that the devil is surely your open enemy? They said, our Lord, we have wronged ourselves, and if thou forgive us not, and have not mercy on us, we shall certainly be of the losers. He said, go forth, some of you, the enemies of others, and there is for you in the earth an abode and a provision for a time. He said, therein you shall live, and therein you shall die, and therefrom you shall be raised. Section 3, warning against the devil's insinuations. O children of Adam, we have indeed sent down to you clothing to cover your shame, and clothing for beauty, and clothing that guards against evil, that is the best. This is of the messages of Allah, that they may be mindful. O children of Adam, let not the devil seduce you as he expelled your parents from the garden, pulling off from them their own pulling off from them their clothing, that he might show them their shame. He surely sees you, he as well as his hosts, from whence you see them not. Surely we have made the devils to be the friends of those who believe not. And when they commit an indecency, they say, we found our fathers doing this, and Allah has enjoined it on us. Say, surely Allah enjoins not indecency. Do you say of Allah what you know not? Say, my Lord enjoins justice, and set upright your faces at every time of prayer, and call on Him, being sincere to Him in obedience. As he brought you into being, so shall you return. A party has he guided, and another party, perdition is justly their due. Surely they took the devils for friends instead of Allah, and they think that they are rightly guided. O children of Adam, attend to your adornment at every time of prayer, and eat and drink and be not prodigal. Surely he loves not the prodigals.
Brother Marcus X.
Section 4. Messengers sent for uplift of humanity. Say, who has forbidden the adornment of Allah, which he has brought forth for his servants, and the good provisions? Say, these are for the believers in the life of this world, purely theirs on the resurrection day. Thus do we make the messages clear for a people who know. Say, my Lord forbids only indecencies. Such of them are apparent, and such as are concealed, and sin and unjust rebellion, and that you associate with Allah that for which he has sent down no authority, and that you say of Allah what you know not. And every nation has a term. So when its term comes, they cannot remain behind the least while, nor can they precede it. O children of Adam, if messengers come to you from among you relating to you my messages, then whosoever guards against evil and acts aright, they shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. And those who reject our messages and turn away from them haughtily, these are the companions of the fire. They shall abide in it. Who is then more unjust than he who forges a lie against Allah or rejects his messages? These, their portion of the book shall reach them until when our messages come to them, causing them to die. They say, where is that which you used to call upon besides Allah? They would say, they are gone away from us, and they shall bear witness against themselves that they were disbelievers. He will say, enter into the fire among the nations that have passed away before you from among the jinn and men. Every time a nation enters, it curses its sister until when they all follow one another into it. The last of them will say with regard to the first of them, our Lord, these led us astray, so give them a double chastisement of the fire. He will say, each one has double, but you know not. And the first of them will say to the last of them, you have no preference over us, so taste the chastisement for what you earn. Section 5. Those who accept the message. Those who reject our messages and turn away from them haughtily, the doors of heaven will not be open for them, nor will they enter the garden until the camel pass through the eye of a needle, the eye of the needle. And thus do we reward the guilty. They shall have a bed of hell, and over them coverings of it. And thus do we requite the wrongdoers. And as for those who believe and do good, we impose not on any soul a duty beyond its scope. They are the owners of the garden. Therein they abide. And we shall remove whatever of ill feeling is in their hearts. Rivers flow beneath them, and they say, all praise is due to Allah, who guided us to this. And we would not have found the way if Allah had not guided us. Certainly the messengers of our Lord brought the truth, and it will be cried out to them. This is the garden which you are made to inherit for what you did. And the owners of the garden call out to the companions of the fire. We found that which our Lord promised us to be true. Have you too found that which your Lord promised to be true? They will say, yes. Then a crier will cry out among them, the curse of Allah is on the wrongdoers, who hinder men from Allah's way and seek to make it crooked, and they are disbelievers in the hereafter. And between them is a veil, and on the elevated places are men who know all by their marks, and they call out to the owners of the garden, peace be to you. They have not yet entered it, though they hope. And when their eyes are turned towards the companions of the fire, they say, our Lord, place us not with the unjust people.
Sister Tornisa.
Assalamualaikum. Section 6. Helplessness of opponents. And the owners of the elevated places call out to men whom they recognize by their marks, saying, of no avail were to you your amassings and your arrogance. Are these they about whom you swore that Allah would not bestow mercy on them? Into the gardens you have no fear, nor shall you grieve. And the companions of the fire call out to the owners of the garden, pour on us some water or some of that which Allah has provided for you. They say, surely Allah has forbidden them both to the disbelievers, who take their religion for an idle sport and a play, and this world's life deceives them. So this day we shall forsake them, as they neglected the meeting of this day of theirs, and as they denied our messages. And certainly we have brought them a book which we make clear with knowledge, a guidance and a mercy for a people who believe. Do they wait for aught but its final sequel? On the day when its final sequel comes, those who neglected it before will say, indeed, the messengers of our Lord brought the truth. Are there any intercessors on our behalf so that they should intercede for us? Or could we be sent back so that we should do deeds other than those which we did? Indeed, they have lost their souls, and that which their forge has failed them. Section 7. The righteousness will prosper.
The righteous.
The righteous will prosper. Surely your Lord is Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 periods, and he is established on the throne of power. He makes the night cover the day, which it pursues incessantly. And he created the sun and the moon and the stars made subservient by his command. Surely his is the creation and the command. Blessed is Allah, the Lord of the world. Call on your Lord humbly and in secret. Surely he loves not the transgressors. And make not mischief in the earth after its reformation. And call on him, fearing and hoping. Surely the mercy of Allah is nigh to the doers of good. And he it is who sends forth the winds, bearing good news before his mercy, till when they bear a laden cloud, we dive, we drive it to a dead land, then we send down water on it, then bring forth thereby fruits of all kinds. Thus do we bring forth the dead, that you may be mindful. And the good land, its vegetation comes forth abundantly by the permission of its Lord, and that which is inferior, its herbage, comes forth but scantily. Thus do we repeat the messages for a people who give thanks.
Sister Fran.
Section 8. Noah. Certainly we sent Noah to his people. So he said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Indeed, I fear for you the chastisement of a grievous day. The chiefs of his people said, surely we see thee in clear error. He said, O my people, there is no error in me, but I am a messenger from the Lord of the worlds. I delivered to you the messages of my Lord, and I offer you good advice, and I know from Allah what you know not. Do you wonder that a reminder has come to you from your Lord through a man from among you, that he may warn you, and that you may guard against evil, and that mercy may be shown to you. But they called him a liar, so we delivered him and those with him in the ark, and we drowned those who rejected our messages. Surely they were a blind people. Section 9, Hud. And to Ad we sent their brother Hud. He said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Will you not then guard against evil? The chiefs of those who disbelieve from among his people said, Certainly we see thee in folly, and we certainly think thee to be of the liars. He said, O my people, there is no folly in me, but I am a messenger of the Lord of the worlds. I deliver to you the messages of my Lord, and I am a faithful advisor to you. Do you wonder that a remainder has come to you from your Lord through a man from among you, that he may warn you? And remember when he made you successors after Noah's people and increased you in excellence of make. So remember the bounties of Allah, that you may be successful. They said, Hast thou come to us that we may serve Allah alone and give up that which our fathers used to serve? Then bring to us what thou threatenest us with, if thou art of the truthful. He said, Indeed, uncleanliness and wrath from your Lord have lighted upon you. Do you dispute with me about names which you and your fathers have named? Allah has not sent any authority for them. Wait then, I too with you am of those who wait. So we delivered him and those with him by mercy from us, and we cut off the roots of those who rejected our messages and were not believers.
Section 11, Sister Bridget.
Section 10, brother man.
Sorry, section 10.
Salute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Section 10, Salih and Lot. And to Thamud, we sent their brother Salih. He said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Clear proof has indeed come to you from your Lord. This is Allah's she-camel, a sign for you. So leave her alone to pasture in Allah's earth, and do her no harm, lest painful chastisement overtake you. And remember when he made you successors after Ad and settled you in the land. You make mentions on its plains and hew out houses in the mountains. So remember Allah's bounty. So remember Allah's bounties and act not corruptly in the land, making mischief. The arrogant chiefs of his people said to those who were weak, to those who believed from among them, do you know that Salih is one sent by his Lord? They said, surely we are believers in that wherewith he has been sent. Those who were haughty said, surely we are disbelievers in that which you believe. Then they hamstrung the she-camel and revolted against their Lord's commandment and said, O Salih, bring us that with which thou threatenest us, if thou art of the messengers. So the earthquake seized them, and they were motionless bodies in their abodes. So he turned away from them and said, O my people, I deliver to you the message of my Lord and gave you good advice, but you love not good advisors. And we sent Lot when he said to his people, Do you commit an abomination which no one in the world did before you? Surely you come to males with lust instead of females. Nay, you are a people exceeding bones. And the answer of his people was no other than that they said, turn them out of your town. Surely they are a people who inspire to purity. So we delivered him and his followers, except his wife. She was of those who remained behind. And we rained upon them a rain. See then what was the end of the guilty. Section 11, Shuaib. And to Median, we sent their brother Shuaib. He said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Clear proof indeed has come to you from your Lord. So give full measure and wait and diminish not to mend their things, and make not mischief in the land after its reform. This is better for you if you are believers. And lie not in wait on every road, threatening and turning away from Allah's way him who believes in him, and seeking to make it crooked. And remember, when you were few, then he multiplied you. And see what was the end of the mischief makers. And if there is a party of you who believe in that wherewith I am sent, and another party who believe not, then wait patiently till Allah judges between us. And he is the best of judges. Amen.
Praise be to Allah. We have completed the 8th part of reading the Quran together. At this time, for those of you all who are new on the call, this is the time that we share feedback. We share what stands out for us, and don't leave, because this is one of the most powerful parts, because people are able to pick up and get an understanding of what other people are digesting and seeing and getting in the book. So at this time, go ahead and press the number 3 if you have something that stands out for you. I'll start with the first part where it says, this was Surah 6, Ayat 112. And thus did we make for every prophet an enemy, the devils from among men and jinn, some of them inspiring others with gilded speech to deceive them. And if thy Lord pleased, they would not do it. So leave them alone with what they forge. The first part that stands out for me is that we make for every prophet an enemy. Now I want to go to something real quick from the call. Opposition of truth. This is a article in the final call that I think, So in this article of the final call, this article is called All Opposition to Truth Will Be Destroyed. So if one of the admin can put this link inside the chat so they can reference it. In this article, it's from the minister, it says, Allah God has ordained opposition for his prophets, messengers, and servants in the establishment of divine revelation. Although Allah God has allowed his prophets to suffer at the hands of the wicked, it never was the intention of Allah that the wicked will win in their struggle against him and his messengers, particularly the last one, Muhammad. So if we just look at the framework of God, he ordains opposition. He ordains it. So it's almost like a prescription too. We're taught that struggle brings out of us the sublime qualities that is in us that we did not know was in us, lest we be tried or go through a struggle. So some of us that may be going through a struggle, or some of us that may have opposition on today's time and op. Now, if you ain't bringing about an op, don't try to attribute this to you. Maybe no, you brought that among yourself. God didn't bring that out. But opposition that some may have when you in this journey, know that it is a part of the process. Just like how we struggle and we go through trials, and some of us are persecuted. When you're talking or you're reading about Christ, know that that is a part of the process. The minister said, I believe, in the lecture that we was listening to in the beginning yesterday about Ramadan. And then of course he said this recently, if he will, if Jesus went through that, and that's his son, spiritually, that's his son, then what do we think we're gonna go through as also his son and daughter of God? So that's just something, one of the things that stood out for me. And then the jinn part, I saw the sister, I don't know if she deleted the question, but I'm still gonna answer it. The sister asked about the jinn. What is a jinn, right? Because we see that it says it talked about the jinn. Now listen to this. The minister said, in giving clarity of this, he said, I'm gonna read two quotes. There is only one Lord of men, and that is he who created the men and nurtures him through every stage of development on his way toward perfection. And since people like political leaders in Islam, we don't have a king. Only Allah is the king. We say it in our prayers, "O Allah, thou art the king. There is no God but thee. I seek refuge in the God of men." Here I've got all three in one, but it's not a trinity. It's the Lord of men, the King of men, the God of men. But I'm seeking refuge from the whispering. How many of you have whispered? Have you ever whispered? When you whisper, you say something to somebody you don't want somebody else to hear. Everybody can't get to your ear to whisper. See, it's the whispering of a slinking devil. The Arabic word for slinking, it also says hiding. He's hiding, and then he peeps out, and then he slinks back like he said nothing. A slinking devil that whispers not into the ear, not into the brain, but into the hearts of men. Now, where did that devil come from? He whispers from among the jinn. All right, here we go. It doesn't mean somebody drinking gin, although some people do a lot of drinking of the gin and act a fool. But the gin is the fiery nature of a human being that is underdeveloped. That's what that is. So he says, seek refuge in Allah from the devil provoking your anger, emotions. When emotions are disturbed, you get disappointed. Somebody hurts your feelings, emotion comes up. That's the jinn coming up. And then it starts whispering to you, man, did you see what he did? That low down nigga. He did it. And the whispering isn't outside. The whispering is coming right up from you. Then it slinks like it didn't say anything. And now your heart is on fire. And now evil is at the door because you are bowing to your emotions rather than developing your power to reason or rise above your emotions. In this hour, you'll be talked to a lot by your own disappointments, by your own anger and frustration over things in your life that you evidently can't control. And you become bitter. That won't help you to make it through the night. Ooh, come on, that's one. That's just the first quote. Now he goes on to say, well, jinn here, as the Holy Quran and the scholars say, represents those fiery spirits. But to me, it represents those who have been nurtured into the divine, so they are very emotional beings. The fire of anger, the fire of disappointment, the fire of deception, betrayal. Those are emotions that come from those who may surround the believer. So hopefully, sister, that gave you clarity on what the jinn is. And I'm going to read that last part one more time of the first part. He said, in this hour, you will be talked to a lot by your own disappointments, by your own anger and frustration over things in your life that you evidently can't control, and you become bitter. That won't help you make it through the night. And we are taught that we had a scientist in the beginning that wanted everybody to speak the same dialect. And because his disappointment of everybody not speaking the same dialect, he wanted to blow up to where he wanted to blow everything up. So he put that dynamite down. Oh, because they said, no, you can't do that here. No, we're not gonna do that here. And because his own disappointment, he wanted things to be done the way that he wanted it to be done. Oh, he was gonna blow the whole thing. Oh man. This is how we have the earth and the moon split, because we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that was at one time together. This is why the moon draws on the earth, because it remember what it once had. But we'll go into that at a later time once we get into Message to the Black Man and all that type of stuff. But I just want to point that out so the sister could have clarity on the jinn. All right, let's go to who's up next. We got Sister Shireen.
Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum. You sound like the
alaikum.
brother from that
You
Savior's
can
name.
tell what I've been watching.
Assalamu
Assalamu wanted to discuss, and I don't have my Holy Quran in front of me right now, but the means by which we are led astray by Satan. And he comes in our straight path, but he's deceptive, but he's close enough to us that we trust him, so we listen to him. Then we get jacked up, then we like, look what they did to me, and then they like, I ain't do nothing, or they fall back and it ain't my fault, you should have did what you was supposed to do, you knew what you was supposed to do. So we just got to be careful, because the enemy is close to us. You were just talking about whispering, and the whispers into our hearts. They close enough to us to know what we want and what we're struggling with. So they're able to, get in there, whisper to us, make us deviate, or we allow ourselves to deviate, because deep down inside, that's what we really want to do. So just being cautious, and these devils, they look like us when we look in the mirror. First of all, it's ourselves, and then it's people that we associate with, we trust them, and they don't always know that they're being a devil, because somebody's being a devil to them, and they just share the love, quotes, air quotes, sharing the love. um and that's what we have to be careful of, because a lot of times when we're being led astray is with the guys that, oh, this is going to be good for you, you need to do you, you need to enjoy yourself, you need to put yourself first. It's terms like that sound like they're self-love, quote unquote, or what's that other thing that we say now, um um self-care. you know it comes in those types of guises. You need to go out and let loose, and let your hair down, and all these terms that sound comforting and nurturing to a degree, but they're really opening the door to great deviation from the straight path. So that's what came to my mind. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother said, I'm just trying to see who's alive tonight. Let's give Allah a great big hand. Ooh, y'all got to see that video. Sister Ebony.
Assalamu alaikum, family. Okay, so the part, the righteous will prosper. verse 55. It says, "Call on your Lord humbly and in secret. Surely he loves not the transgressors. And make not mischief in the earth after its reformation, and call on him, fearing and hoping. Surely the mercy of Allah is nigh to the doers of good." Um, that stood out for me today because I was just thinking, like, um, it made me think of quite a few things, but in particular, I was thinking about the prayer class, right? And like for myself, there was a lot of things that, before I'm like, oh, I'm doing this wrong or I'm doing that wrong. And I think even just when you're coming into, knowledge and the teachings and Islam period, um, we can get caught up in like the little things that we might be doing right or might be doing wrong, sorry. And I feel like here it just, it's more about like intention and being a doer of good. Um, and, just having the right heart posture towards what we do. I remember the minister was saying that, or said that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad asked him, like, what's the best religion? And, like, basically, he tried to come up with some kind of like answer. And then the messenger said that, the best religion is do unto others as you would like to be done unto yourselves, right? And I think that that part goes beyond just how we treat people. It's how we treat things, how we treat the land, how we really move and operate within, love and good intentions. And I think that that's the basis for coming in. Of course, there's like rules and guidelines that, keep us upright and help us to, be overall successful in life, in Islam, etc. But just coming in, like, not to be so hard on ourselves and understand that, like, our intentions count for a lot. And then also to in section 9, verse 69, when he's basically trying to warn the people, and he said, like, do you wonder that a reminder has come to you from your Lord through a man from among you, that he may warn you? And remember when he made you successors after Noah's people and increased you in excellence of make. So remember the bounties of Allah, that you may be successful. And that to me just says, like, it's a testament to what I previously said, but also, that there are still rules and regulations and warners that have come amongst us and given us, better knowledge. So it's up to us to, study and learn what is right and how to move properly, because, as we see in this chapter, Lot had to Lot had to leave his own wife, and just imagine that, like, being so faithful, being so obedient that, um, you have to leave your own loved one, so to speak, so yeah, it's definitely important to, keep learning and keep striving to be upright. And yeah, that's all.
What surah and ayat you just read?
69, chapter 7, verse 69. It's in Hood.
My Lord. I thank you for reading that. I didn't even notice that. And I was going to make a point about something that it literally says, though. Thank you for reading that. All right. Let me go ahead and say it then, since you just said it. Now, I don't know if y'all know this, but something stood out for me. Watch this. This is what stood out for me. This is Surah 7, Ayah 59. Certainly we sent Noah, not a ghost, not a spirit, not some energy, not this object we can't see. We sent Noah to his people. So he said, "Oh, my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Indeed, I fear you, the chastisement of a grievous day. Then we went over to Hud, and it said, and to Ad we sent their brother, not their spirit, but not their ghost, not their wind. No, we sent their brother, Hud. He said, oh, my people, sir. Then I went on and I seen section 10. And to Thamud we sent their brother, Sali. He said, oh, my people serve. And then we went to section 11. And to Midian, we sent their brother. So I'm like, man, he sent their brother. And so online the other day, when I posted somebody Islam, brother, yeah, and by the way, we follow Allah, we don't follow men. You lying like a mug. We all follow men. I say this all the time. You get your haircut because you follow them. Some man had the haircut that you like, so yeah, give me that taper fade, bro. You didn't come up with the taper fade. So we follow men all the time. And there's nothing wrong with following men. See, we want to get so caught up on following this mystery God. Allah works through human beings. Even the Bible says, hey, don't you know that you are the real temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwells within you? God is going to come through a human being to help you and serve you. You need some money, that's coming through from a human being. Ain't no ghost finna come at your door. And man, I see, bro, open the door, there's a suitcase at the door, bro. Them movies and TV shows. But that wisdom, that eternal wisdom dwells in a human being. And message to the black man, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad talks about this in the beginning. Spirit is dependent on the material. So yeah, we have spirit. Yes, God is spirit. We must worship him in spirit and in truth. But the truth is that spirit dwells in a form of material or human being. So this light bulb is not shining on me through this light because of the light. The light is not shining on me because of the light bulb. It's because of the electricity. The light bulb is only the conduit in which the electricity is coming through. But that light bulb would not be shining if I didn't pay the electricity bill. But the electricity, which is the real power, is unseen. But it is seen and known through the material light bulb. Oh, they not catching what I'm saying, Brother Cam. So we got our brothers and sisters who are gods. Y'all, I'm not talking about the supreme being, but they are gods. But you say, no, not my cousin. No, that nigga there, just stole from me. No, that nigga there slimy. He out the mud. You don't know him, Brother Ben. Yes, I do. I know who he is by nature. And because what he has been through in this world, his light bulb has just been turned off. Oh, yeah. But if we just sometime we just gotta go change out the light bulb. Oh, you ever play basketball in the house and you hit the light bulb? Some hit the light bulb and boom, the light go off. That don't mean that you knocked off the electricity. Oh, that don't mean that the electricity is gone. That means you gotta get you a chair, get up in there. Yeah, and change the light bulb. And when you put a new light bulb in, the light comes on. You flip that switch and now look at the light. So what I'm saying is what the scripture says, be ye transformed. By the renewing of your mind. Oh, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So it's the light. And so when she said this, I didn't even notice this. So it says, do you wonder that a reminder has come to you from your Lord? From your Lord through a man from among you, that he may warn you. So please stop saying only Allah coming through a man. Ain't coming through no ghost, ain't coming through no spirit. So ain't nothing wrong when you see a man raise up from among our midst and he got truth in him and we follow him. You can let these people online fool you if you want to. We be led astray. Oh, I don't follow no man. I'm one deep. I follow myself. Following ourselves to hell. We look foolish thinking that we know everything in this world. We gotta humble ourselves, even if it's from somebody that's younger than us. Somebody younger than us may have a truth that we don't have. So it sound good on these interviews. It sound good in the TikTok sound bite. I'm a grown man. I don't follow no man. That sound foolish than a mug. It's always somebody that knows something that we don't know. It's always somebody that has some truth in them that we may not have yet. And for us to reject that because it's coming from a man or it's coming from somebody outside of ourselves, we're going to find ourselves being foolish. So I just want to point that out. Thank you, sister, for bringing. I didn't even consciously notice you read that. I'm finna use that on Instagram today. But let's go over here. Who's next? We got Sister Shalon.
Oh my goodness, you went in on that one. That was so awesome. Thank you, Sister Ebony, for bringing that out. And thank you, Brother Ben, for going in, following up as you did. That was so magnificent. Okay, so what stood out for me, we're in section 20, ayat 162, where it says, say, as for me, my Lord has guided me to the right path, a right religion, the faith of Abraham, the upright one, and he was not of the polytheists. That made me think about my upbringing when my aunt, when I stayed with her, their religion was Lutheran. And I couldn't really get into that and understand that much. And then as I grew up a little bit older, got a little older, I went in and followed Ecoptic. So I heard and tried to get into that, couldn't fall into that very much, even though I was down with the Black Jesus. And then coming a little bit older, I go into Catholicism with my dad. I'm like, no, something's definitely not right here for me. And then coming up a little older, here I go into Christianity. And I couldn't understand why it is. For me, I felt as if they had knocked God all the way to the left and it was all about Jesus. And I'm like, okay, where is God in all of this? How have they put Jesus? How did they do the three and the Trinity, the three in one, and just God just is not there? So I couldn't fall into that. And then I find Islam. And it was just such the perfect fit for me. I understood it, stood everything about it. So say, as for me, my Lord has guided me to the right path, which was Islam for me. That's what stood out for me.
Praise be to Allah. Thank you for sharing. Brother Antone.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
This section that we read, or this part that we read, and I just noticed that it keep on giving us the example of how messengers was raised up and sent to their people, and if they listen to the messenger, paradise, peace, and a garden. But if they rejected the messenger, hell, chastisement, and torment. And it just made me think about how the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was raised among us. And he gave us the answer to every problem that we had as a people. Some of our people listened, some of our people rejected him. And I just look at how the chastisement part of us rejecting him, he told us, go for self, build, come together, and even gave us a economic blueprint to where we wouldn't have to be marching and begging nobody for jobs and justice and why we don't have this, why we don't have that. He gave us everything to where we wouldn't have to be doing that. And I trip off the ones who didn't listen to him, they marched and they got bit on by dogs and watered down with water hoses and went through all this type of unnecessary stuff that we didn't have to go through, marching, begging for things from a people who pretended and made it seem like they was doing right by us, but they was really just pulling us deeper into being dependent and less independent. And on another level, as far as how he told us, don't carry guns on your person and don't keep guns in your home. I think about how we ignored him on that part. And if we look back, how so many murders among us have been from guns in the hands of other Black people used on other Black folks. But had we obeyed him back then, just in that aspect alone, we wouldn't have so many murders among us, Black on Black crime per se. And my last point is how he gave us the economic blueprint. And I think about it, to this day, we wouldn't even be begging these people for reparations if we followed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And it was as simple as this. Let's just say, example, it's 30 million of us in this country. Each one of us give $1. That's $30 million. And we do this cycle each month. Okay. This month, we got $30 million. This month, 30 different families gonna get $1 million. And then we do it again. Next month, 30 million of us give $1. That's another $30 million. Okay, this following month, each 30 different families gonna get $1 million. So if we would have listened to the messenger and not rejected his answers for our problems, to this day, we would not be suffering from no aspect of how we see us still suffering and struggling today. If we had obeyed the messenger when he came among us. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Man, you know what? I'm not the economist, but it sounds like something we can do on the power call eventually, man. Be a small example here. We won't be able to do $1 million now. It may take a while, but maybe once a month, 10 families can get $300. $300 or something. But man, that'd be a cool if we can get a system down and we do something like that as an example and then grow it. That'll sure be good. So if we got somebody who's an economist that know how to think and do all that, man, come on with it. Who we got up next? Brother Roy. Brother Roy.
Yes, sir, Brother Ben. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everybody on this call. Ramadan, Mubarak.
Ramadan Kareem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so it's my testimony. I've been a little over a year. I've been transferred over to Islam, and I could say it's been a trial, been a tribulation for me. As soon as I started to take the sacred path to Islam, the enemy decided to attack me. So I've been going through a whole lot since last year. But I want to say this is something that I know that God is just taking me through to test my faith. So now I'm here. I'm been on these calls for the last 8 days, and it's really opened my eyes to let me see, like, okay, this is where you need to be, and this is the track that I need to be on. I'm a young father of 2 kids. Got 2 kids. I'm getting them ready for school right now. So I just to wrap it up. After I started Ramadan last year, a lot of stuff. Enemies started to attack me. Started going through stuff with my relationship, wrecking my cars, getting incarcerated, just a lot of things. And I kind of had that. I was like, what? I'm like, is this something? Is this maybe I should? Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe this is something that I should stray away from. But as I got incarcerated for a short period of time, and I fast. Mind you, I always, I always fast here and there. But when I got incarcerated for like 2 weeks, I fasted. I didn't eat anything in there. All I did was eat apples and drink water. God spoke to me and he showed me, say, son, I set you down just to show you, clean everything up. Get ready to put you in your isolation season. It really just opened my eyes. Like it's just hard to explain. And I came across this book. It's this book called I think it's The Black Man of the Nile. It's like it's a book based on Africa. And me reading that book also, it just aligned with me and it woke my spirit up and it told me like, okay, this is where this is how it's supposed to be, and this is the religion that we should really be, following. Long story short, I started fasting 2 weeks before Ramadan. I started a fast. I cut out all the red meat. Started working out really again because I've been going through just a lot of distractions, just it kind of keeps me kind of off my purpose. So for the last 8 days, despite what's really been going on in my life, Brother Ben, I found my peace again. And me getting on these calls every morning just really like been helping me get through it, been kind of helping me get back on schedule. I'm getting up faithfully 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. It's been kind of hard for me to get back on that schedule for like the last year. And I just feel like God just really, he been really walking with me. He been really walking with me now. Like I could just feel his spirit. And I know he getting ready to, to turn everything around me, bless me in the best way, and just get me back, give me back everything that I lost. So when you guys spoke the today, y'all speaking about, the enemy and people, and people that did you wrong and the thing and another thing is the first day of Ramadan, God threw a mean test at me. It came through my phone line that, I've been betrayed by somebody. That's an associate. I've been betrayed by him, and it's always been a line in my spirit that this guy is not, he ain't right. He kind of envious of me. He want to be me in a way, and I haven't invited this dude into my home and try to do business with him. Long story short, before I could even realize, it kind of, that kind of, it got to my spirit and it got me all riled up and I was ready to just, go crazy and seek revenge. And then I thought about it. I say, it's the first day of Ramadan. Let me not let the devil trick me. Let me not let the devil get, because this ain't doing Ramadan. It's not what you're supposed to do. You ain't supposed to gossip. You ain't supposed to curse people. You ain't supposed to argue with nobody or none of that. So I say this to say that, like, the enemy gonna continue to test you through this time, and it's just on you to really, you kind of not let things get to you and just see it through, let God handle things. But my question is, this guy did he kind of betrayed me in a way that I do want to, I want to put my hands on him, but it's not the time right now. So I'm wondering, because it keep coming across my mind, hey, like I got to have it here. I got to do, but I'm gonna do my month of fasting, and I'm gonna just, I'm gonna do the right thing. But when it's all said and done, should I still, take it into my hands and after that leave it alone, or should I just let God handle it? And that's my question to you. Like, is it okay to kind of, to still, not allow people to play with you? Because people feel like they can play with you because I've been real humble. People still feel like they can play with you in certain ways. And if you don't kind of set the record straight, it kind of makes you look like, you know you're weak, or you ain't going, you just ain't that type of person. So that's my question to you, brother Ben. And I appreciate everybody on this call. It's kind of been really helping me out. I'm on my other phone right now, but I always be in the chat up on the Hot Boy Roy. It's my other name, and that's just, now I have a new meaning of that name, which means the Son of God. And then my other question is, as I was reading that book, they consider the Son as Ra, and Ra is some type of form of God. And I'm wondering, does that still align with the God that we praise? Because I see that we fast from sun up to sundown, and is that our way of surrendering our will to God? Because in some way, is the sun really still, can we, are we still showing, is the sun is a form of God to us as well? I just need clarification on that.
Yes, sir. The situation, it involves money. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear, brother Bill. Sorry about that.
The situation involves money.
No, it don't. No, it doesn't involve money. It just involves like a betrayal, like a cross. Because what it is we kind of find out this dude kind of been, he first of all, he's just like, he's envious. He does stuff like he don't, like he wanna be me. And then I recently found out that, he been messing with the mother of my kids, which I'm no longer with, but it's still like a sense of loyalty. I feel like it should be done because I ain't even, because because I wouldn't do it to him. It's times where, I would have did it, but I don't want to make it seem like, that's really was all about. It's just always just seemed like this guy been kind of like, he been praying on my downfall, and because it's really hard to explain. But no, it's not about money. It's not about money at all.
It's cool. So if it's something like that, man, I would people being envy and jealous, I just think of the minister. There's so many people that's envious of the minister. The minister, from stories I've heard, has been at the table with people, dinner table with people he knew wanted to kill him. Now, of course, the minister has power and brothers who love him that can handle the business, but his desire and will for resurrection is from what I've learned and read more powerful and always overbears the emotional part of the retaliation part. And what I've heard from him is that so many people he has won over because of that type of patience. He's won so many people over because of that love beyond what they think. In fact, he uses this quote: you have to love them more than they hate themselves. See, envy is an evil comparison. It ain't really got much to do with you. See, when you're not grateful and you can't see the hand of God in your own life, You become envious and jealous of others. You begin to think that God has a personal problem with you. This is why Cain had a problem with Abel, because he was able. He didn't necessarily reject Cain. He accepted what Abel was just able to do. And so that led him to become envious. And we know envy can lead to murder, not always physically, but even spiritually. He'll try to put your light out. So as you come into this, we're taught to take plenty. Right? And the minister also has said this. He said he had a problem with brothers. Right? Oh, this is a great, man. Thank you, Allah. The minister had a problem with envious people too. And he said he took them to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and he wanted to deal with them, fight with them in front of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And as he's calling them out, he said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad hit the table and said, seek refuge in Allah. He said, when Allah wants to polish you, he'll put sandpaper around you. He said, it's not the person biting you. He said, it's how you handle the teeth of the biter. He says when he said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was telling him at that time, when you want to see if a corner of the building is strong enough, he said, you put it on the corner and you put pressure on it. He said, and if it breaks, you know that's not the board you was looking for. You throw that one away and get you another one. He said, when you come into this type of mission and black people do things to you and you respond the way that we naturally want to respond, that Jen is coming up. He said the people would say, see, I told you that nigga wasn't nothing. Because the easiest way is to respond and say, I'm going to show him I'm real. I'm going to show him the nigga can't play with me like that. I'm going to show him. Well, there's other ways that you can do that without responding how. See, the fact that you even thinking about it, there's the God within you that's probably already speaking to you, giving you the answer. Come on, man. Hey. Now, if we ever aggress physically, don't get it twisted. Now, turn the other cheek does not mean if somebody hits me physically that I'm finna give you, come on, get this other one too. Nah, that ain't what that mean. Oh, yeah, he gonna get hit in one of his other cheeks. But turn the other cheek means if we're going door to door or we're trying to bring a people up and they respond to us the way that they should respond because they've been made dumb, deaf, and blind. They don't have this knowledge. They're not on these calls. They're not going to these study groups. How would they know lest they be taught? So we expect that from them. My student minister said, it's like you going to the doctor and then you see they done boo-booed on themselves. I mean, you're a doctor. You work at and they done boo-booed on themselves and they throwing up. And it's like we saying, I can't believe. Man, what you expect? That you look at where we at. Look at the condition of them. So I would consider all those things, man. And the only reference I can really have, which is our guide and our guide. I know somebody probably clipped that guide. And our example is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So I'll look at it from that perspective, man. He's not going to be the only person that's envious of you. You telling me you finally finna start walking on this path and you getting your life together and you restraining, more envy about to come, more jealousy about to come. Get ready for it. And what we gonna do? Fight everybody? No. So I would it doesn't mean that you can't address it. Doesn't mean that you can't, you know what I mean? Hey man, I need to talk to you. You know, that's a part of you know, our training too. However, you know, don't respond as this world. Respond better. And really when we begin to respond better, those around us, that'll be our way because they probably know the old you. Boy, back in the day, oh man, that boy, I say, boy, And then they start to question, man, what got you having discipline like that now? Man, what got you having restraint like that now? Now you able to teach. Now you able to do it in your own way. So that would be my response to you. The part about the raw, I'll let somebody else share on that. I seen some people pressing the number 3 as you asked that question. So I'll let them sharing that. However, I know we have been taught that Allah is the all in all, the all in all, that's his proper name. In Allah, we created the sun. In fact, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we was here before the sun, trillions of years. In fact, we're taught that there is no beginning nor ending for the black man. So if the sun, and that's what the wreath represents in during Christmas time, because they were sun worshipers. So they had the wreath on the door. So no, we wouldn't worship the sun. We would worship Allah who created and made the sun. So that's how I would answer that. But somebody may be able to go into a deeper understanding of it.
Thank you, Brother Ben, for those words. Appreciate you, man.
Praise be to Allah. Sister Farah.
Assalamu alaikum, family. Ramadan Mubarak. What stood out to me is something Sister Shireen said. She spoke on how the devil being able to trick us because he's close to us. And it made me think of something I heard on a previous Umar Reflects. They were speaking on the solar eclipse and how the moon is only able to, block the sun's light from us because it is closer to us than the sun. So even though the sun is bigger and brighter, it's able to block it because it's closer to us than the sun. And they also spoke on bees and how you'll notice their bees activity rapid, like it dramatically decreases when the sun's light is blocked. You'll notice that they go back to their hives. They completely stop production when the sun is blocked by the moon. And it made me think about how, Satan or the devil is only able to dim our light and get into our minds because we allow him to get closer to us than Allah. We allow him to get close to us by watching, his movies and listening to his music. And, we hang around him more than we're on our prayer rug, or, we hang around, we go to work more than we might go to the, the mosque, or, so we're around the devil more than we are the and what I mean by the devil, I mean just anything other than Allah and what he has created us to be. So anything opposite of that is the devil. So when you're choosing to sleep or eat rather than pray, or when you're choosing to, you let the enemy tell you when to eat, when to wake up, when really we should be following and only fearing Allah. There was something else I got from that. It was that hold on, I lost my train of thought. That basically sums up what I had in mind. Yeah, that we. I'll probably come back. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam. Thank you. And for the brother, I want to give you the words directly from the minister. Man, I was striving to quote him as close as I could, but I want you to hear his spirit and his words verbatim for yourself. Here we go.
And every one of you that are in organizations, you experience this. And how you handle it. See, it's not the person that's biting you, it's how you handle the teeth of the biter. Because some of us are like sandpaper. And others of us are like wood that need polishing. And when God wants to polish you, he'll put sandpaper around you. And you think, the brother, this is a terrible Negro. Look at what that Negro's saying. Look at what that Negro, that no good mother. But if you can stand it, if you can take it, they start polishing you. Because in this world, you can't get to the goal until you get past the envy and the jealousy and the evil of your own people. And if you succumb to that, your own people will break you down. And when you break down, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told me, he said, when you break down under the pressure, they'll say, I told you that nigga wasn't nothing.
Praise be to Allah. So that's directly from the minister. And I want to add this part. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad hit the table, he says, seek refuge from Allah from the envier when he envies. This is in the Quran. So seek refuge in Allah from the envier when he envies. I know how you feel now. I know exactly how you feel. I done had some thoughts in my head. Boy, woo, I done had some thoughts in my head over these past couple years. But you know, Allah always compensates. Man, it's amazing how he compensates. He always compensates. Even if we don't realize it, we just stop and think, man, he compensates, man. So just be patient, man. It's a part of the journey for sure. It's a part of the path, and all of us are going to be tried. Do man think that he will get away saying that we believe and not be tried? It's just a trial. Just a trial. All right, let's go to don't know who's up next. Let's go to Sister Bridget. Sister Bridget, before you go,
Yes, sir.
I've been meaning to tell you these last couple of days, you should consider doing animated voiceovers. You got when you speak, I feel like I'm listening to one of them cartoons that's about a journey, and you know what I mean? They just them animation. Don't she got that real good animation voice, like for a narrator for a cartoon or something? You'll be really good at that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Praise be to Allah. If you know any link me up. Yes, sir.
Link me up.
Okay, so I'm looking at chapter 7, Surah 11, verses 85 to 80. This is a summary, right? There's a part in it where Allah says, lie not in the way of the believers who seeks Allah to make it crooked. You know, and this brings me back to the mischief makers, because Allah is also saying that, you know, don't worry about them, because the end of the mischief makers is perdition. It's hell. It's their downfall. Even if it seems like it looks successful to you, it's just an illusion. In regards to the messenger, continuously Allah speaks about raising up messengers in every town or city. So when I heard about Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, You see, I grew up in church. My mother makes sure every Sunday my sister and I going to church. There's no argument about that. And so I know a little about the Bible. I was still a little confused because what you read is not what you see, right? It's not what is manifested in front of you. So when in my older age, start hearing about Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I could connect the dots because I knew a little about the scripture. And the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, that's what happened to him when he heard and saw Master Farad Muhammad. He could connect the dots because his father was a pastor. So that is what brought me into the nation and wanting to learn more, because it's our time now. Allah has not sent, throughout history, Allah has not sent any messenger to the black man and black woman. We got the last messenger, and there's no more coming. You ever hear save the best for the last? So, my next thing is that we are ordered by Allah in the Holy Quran to be patient, even though being patient is painful. I remember student minister Nuri saying that, and I could connect to that because it hurts sometimes to be patient. It hurt, it make you cry, make you wonder what God did. It just makes you wonder. But through studies, you understand, say, after a time, it start brush over your shoulder now. So just another one. I'll get past this one. But it's just continually striving to go past these. And sometimes when you think you got it, you get swept off your feet because you never expected from that one. You're expecting it on the left, right? So you're looking on the left and you get swept off from behind you. Say, whoa, I thought I had it. No, you'll never get it. You just have to always be on your post. So yeah, so mischief makers, right? Maybe so mischief makers may seem successful. Just be patient, believe in Allah, trust in Allah, and just keep doing good, because Allah gives the mischief maker them full length, It make them want, like say, them feel like them are gonna reach and them have it and just give it to them the whole yard. Because when judgment come, there's no mistake. He says there's no delaying or there's no hurrying up for judgment. But when it come, it come. So for me, I don't worry too much about mischief makers. My thing is I have to stay on my post because I don't know which hand that the mischief maker come from. You understand? So me just have to keep on my post at all time. Thank you. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. And I want to give a shout out to those who supported the power call yesterday. And today, I think I see a sister. I think I shouted out Sister Kenyatta. But yesterday we have Michael Dankler. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And then Sister Kendra H. Thank you for supporting the power call yesterday. Brother Reggie up next. Brother Reggie, you still here?
Still with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right then. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Kareem.
These power calls, they mean a lot to me. This is my first time getting into the Quran, and I'm always finding something that just really sticks out. I want to take a step back. Still thinking about Brother Roy situation that you going through, brother, man. You being tested for real, and I can relate. Just stay grounded. Man, don't you only got to make a show out of nothing that you got going on. Just stay grounded, brother. It actually took me off where I was reading. Just thinking about that. Just know that you're being tested, and whatever you building on, man, keep building on what you building on personally. Don't let nobody on the outside mess with that, man. Don't let nobody on the outside mess with that. If you cleaning up your house, don't be worried about a snake in the grass. Just keep that house clean. The snake always gonna be a snake. All right. Anyway, going into the Quran, the part that stood out for me is chapter 7, looking at ayat 40, is ayat 46 all the way up to 52. And I gotta pull up the PDF. I had moved away from it. Give me just a few seconds. Sorry about that, y'all.
Want me to come back to you once you got it pulled up?
Yeah, that'll work. That way, I don't want to take up too much time with it.
Yes, sir.
I'll put it in the chat when I'm ready to go.
Cool. Brother Uthman?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
I didn't know if I could ask. I wasn't here early this morning for the Quran reading. And brother, I just got so many questions.
Yes. I'm sorry. Say that again. Say that again.
I said I wasn't in the Quran reading this morning, but I have so many questions.
Got it. So if you put your question inside of the Telegram, inside of the general, then we can, as a community, get to your questions as we see it.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Sister Antoinette.
Assalamu alaikum, family.
Alaikum salam.
So I just wanted to come on and give a testimony. Basically, just from what is we on day 8 of Ramadan. The most consistent thing I keep hearing is the challenges and the struggles. It's just something that I never really paid attention to last year when I did Ramadan. And I always was one of the people that was on the why me rant, like when things happen. Because I had this inclination that when you're trying to live your life right and you're doing right, then, you don't have to worry about things. So I had to speak to the jinn. But before I speak to that, you had once said at one time, Brother Ben, that sometimes we bring our own trials in our own life. And when you said that, it clicked. A lot of things like clicked for me in my mind at that moment, because it was like, okay, I'm always asking, why me, why me, why me? Now I need to ask myself, am I the one who's causing all of this trials and things that I'm going through in my own life? I started to realize that, yes, I was. When I first heard of the jinn and the explanation you gave of the jinn, I realized, okay, I was submitting more to that than the voice that was in my head that would tell me opposite of that. But I still didn't listen. I still did my own thing. And then, like, I was going through a lot last year. So last year I decided, okay, you know what? You've gotten everything that you needed to know that Islam is for you. Go ahead and take it serious and see what more you can get out of life, because I'm sure it's more to life than what you're receiving right now. So I went forward with that, got my ex, graduated, went to Savior's Day, did not know that going to Savior's Day, that it literally like changed me,
I've gotten stronger relationships out of people that I used to like fight like cats and dogs with. Uh, I've gotten a clearer understanding on certain things. And just like now with, being an entrepreneur, trying to do as the minister says to do for ourselves, um, I've noticed that I was one of the ones that will, as the minister say, punk out when things get hard, because I think that things are supposed to be even. So it's like for me right now, Ramadan is teaching me to go through these challenges because that's the only way I can figure out who I am and what I'm capable of. And just to kind of bring it home, um, I really do appreciate, this power call because I've been following you for a long time now. Um, but this power call and then actually participating in the Ramadan, doing it the right way, um, it has really been a blessing for me. I didn't know, um, sometimes people exaggerate things, but I didn't know that it was true. Like you do receive blessings, you do grow, and change. And a lot of things that I hear some of the brothers and sisters that have shared over the time on the call since we've been here, within these days, I'm like, man, I just think Allah overcame, or man, I think Allah that I'm not alone, and we have to really, really, really just submit is what I just keep hearing. Submit and just go through it because, like Farrakhan says, there's, challenges in heaven. So my mind is getting equipped to where at the end of the day, regardless of where I'm at in my life, I'm going to go through something. And the best thing, like the minister said, I'm starting to understand is the attitude that you have when going through it. So I'm changing the attitude that I have when going through it. I'm even changing when someone brings a situation to me of like how I am or how I make them feel. So I really just appreciate everybody. I really don't share or speak on here. I'm really a listener because Islam is so deep. And it's beautiful when you hear from everybody's point of view of how they view things. And it really helps me within myself because I like to look at me to change me because the only way to change me, the only way I can change things that I see out here in this world is I have to change me. So thank y'all and thank you, Brother Van. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Praise be to Allah. And I am happy to announce I'm still in jail from going live on Facebook. So we not able to stream on Facebook. But in the midst of that, right now, we still, to this minute, have over 500 people listening to us for Ramadan and even in giving feedback. We got over 300 people listening, streaming, and 200 people on the Zoom with us. Still got 500 people plus. Now, why do I be saying that? Y'all may be wondering. For those who came on like days later. Last year, we started the power call, y'all, last year for Ramadan. We did this same thing for Ramadan, and the power call kind of became a thing because I was like, well, after Ramadan, let's just keep doing this every morning. Everybody's saying how it's improving their life. So after Ramadan, which we are still going to do for those who want to stay, I know some of y'all going to drop off, but we still read, we listen to the minister, and then we do the same format and give feedback. We started with 13 people, y'all. Our first goal last year was to just get 100 people on the call, and we couldn't do it. It took us months to do it. But man, every morning we have had over 200 people on the call. So look at what we've been able to do as a team, as a collective, as a community, man. 500 people watching live, and then daily, y'all, daily, we have 2,000 people at minimum that's listening to us daily. Man, all praise is due to Allah. So I just want to give y'all that report of and how many people y'all are impacting when y'all give the feedback. Just look at the comments sometime. Man, I love y'all feedback. The feedback is the best part. So don't think that y'all giving feedback and the perspective that y'all had about something is not impacting people all over the world. So I just want to share that and give y'all that report. All right, let's go back to Brother Reggie. And shout out to Big Bless TV, and shout out to Rose Marie Smith. Appreciate y'all on YouTube.
All right. Thank you again. And I just wanted to read from the Quran part today that really stuck out for me. And that was Surah 7, starting at 46. It says, and between them is a veil, and on the elevated places are men who know all by their marks. And they call out to the owners of the garden, peace be to you. They have not yet entered it, though they hope. And when their eyes are turned towards the companions of the fire, they say, O Lord, place us not with those unjust people. And the owners of the elevated places call out to men whom they recognize by their marks, saying, of no avail were to you your amassings and your arrogance. Are these they about whom you swore that Allah would not bestow mercy on them? Into the garden. You have no fear, nor shall you grieve. And the companions of the fire call out to the owners of the garden, pour on us some water, or some of that which Allah has provided for you. They say, surely Allah has forbidden them both to the disbelievers, who take their religion for an idle sport and a play. And this world's life deceives them. So this day we shall forsake them, as they neglected the meaning of this day of theirs, as they denied our messages. And that's it. That's 46 going up to 52. And when we first read it, going through, I didn't really understand it, and it kind of clicked for me. Actually, when Brother Ben was speaking about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and how the works of Allah, it's not like a scoop thing. It's not like just invisible spiritual thing. It's through men, and that's when it really clicked for me. When they say the men at an elevated place, they're looking down at people in the fire and looking down at people in the garden. And the people in the fire, they're asking for water. They're asking for provisions, help us out. And the people in the elevated place, they kind of I can't really help you with that. You in the fire. It just makes me think of the path that I'm on, of finding Islam or Islam finding me. And I know a lot of people are in a similar position, trying to get right with this and trying to make sense of it. There are going to be those that know the teaching that kind of turn away from it or they deny it. And that day is going to come where they're going to ask for some water. They're going to ask, give me some of that Allah's blessing. And unfortunately, they in the fire. We focused on the other side. We focused on the garden, and that's kind of what I got from it. Looking at those verses.
Yes, sir.
It was tough. It was tough to really understand it before, but it really clicked. Understanding that Allah works through men. It's not like a smooth thing. Because at first I'm what really is this that they're explaining here? But when you look at it from a perspective of men, there's people in the garden or people at peace, and there's people in the elevated space. That's kind of like the middle ground, and then there's people in the fire. So you, at the very least, you want to be in the middle ground, or you want to be in the garden. You don't want to be in the fire, because if you're in the fire, you're eventually going to be asking the people in the elevated space and people in the garden for water, and they're not going to be able to do nothing for you. Yeah, that's what stuck out to me. I just wanted to share that with y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is that Sister Ikua? How do I say that properly? Ikua? Ikua? Is she still here? Let me see. I don't see her. Wait, yeah, I do. Yeah, Sister Ikua X. Going once, going twice. Okay, get back in the queue. Let's go to Dr. A. Did you mean Dr. K, Sister Randisha, or was there a Dr. A? I don't see a Dr. A anymore.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ben. She must have left.
Okay.
I don't see her.
All right, let's go to Brother Marcus X.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
You know, this was in response to the younger brother, Brother Void. You know, in the Holy Quran where it says, whomever Allah guides, there's none to lead astray. And whomever Allah leads astray, there's none to guide. And we read that today. So Allah never ceases his intervention in our affairs. So the fact that he had the courage to share that, and then there's so many people with experiences that can relate and that are on this path, and we're sharing the Quran and the reading and the words of Allah, God is intervening into your affairs. And that is a blessing. So I experienced something like that 20 years ago with family. And I was real headstrong and I was locked in. I wanted to do something crazy, but I saw my grandmother, may Allah be pleased with her, and Allah intervened in my affairs through my grandmother. And my grandmother was a Jehovah's Witness. And she told me, she said, Marcus, she said, I know that's a hard pill for you to swallow. That was her exact words. But she said, this is what I want you to do. She said, I want you to forgive your cousin. She said, because when you forgive people, then God will remove you out of the way and he'll take care of it or handle it himself. And it was only my grandmother at that time, because I was so upset and I was so locked in, that God could use to stop me in my tracks. So my love and my respect and my honor for my grandmother, I took into consideration what she said. So I saw my cousin one day, maybe some weeks after that. And whenever I saw him, I hugged him. I said, I love you. And he looked at me like, what? You love me? You don't love me? I was like, nah, cuz I love you. And then maybe 3-4 hours later, somebody murdered him the same day. Now, it's not that I would wish that on my cousin, because I didn't, but if I didn't take heed to the advice that my grandmother gave me, Allah intervening through my grandmother, living today, I wouldn't be able to honestly say that I made peace with my cousin before he transitioned. So I would advise the brother, if you could try to find forgiveness in your heart. And then these things have revisited me in my life at a later point in my life. But Allah took me through this at such an early age just to show me, like, yeah, you're gonna be enraged. Like, certain things will make you really want to hurt people. But Allah is the possessor of power over all things. And if we just be patient with the God, and then he's embarked you on a new journey, just embrace this. Take this path and Allah will guide you and you'll be fine, brother. Because who knows, these things could revisit in a different form later in your life, and then you'll be able to reflect on something that you learned before. But if you find forgiveness in your heart for others, that's something that my grandmother taught me. God will work things out. Trust me.
Praise be to Allah. Let's go to Sister Yatira.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I also beautiful comments. That was Brother Marcus, right? Beautiful comments. I wanted to say something as well to our brother Roy, because that really struck me. And Brother Ben, you spoke on a lot of things that I wanted to say, but Sister Bridget and Sister Antoinette made another thought come into my mind. And it's, you know how people say, be careful what you wish for. But I was thinking along those lines, being mindful of what you're praying for, because as you are saying that you're coming back to, Islam and you are wanting to be better, and this is what you're choosing, and the trials are coming. But we are tried with things that, we're tried with the things that we say, but on two parts, like you said, as we come into this path, that's the trial right there. I'm striving to clean myself up and live a life a certain way. Those trials are going to come. Those things are going to come. But when you're praying now, and now you may be asking God for things, you may be saying, I want to help our people. I want patience. I want the ability. Like as you're asking Allah for growth, He doesn't give you poof. Here is your patience. You wake up and now your patience meter is just up. No, if you're asking for these things, He's going to give you the trial to build up those things. That's what those things are about, And so for when it comes to self, Sister Antoinette brought that back to me about you're wanting this for you. And so as you are praying for these things, be mindful of that, but be aware that Allah is going to give you that. So use that as it comes as an answer to your prayer. And then you, like Brother Ben raised, seeking refuge, that's part of your arsenal, your war, your strengthening toolkit to say, okay, here comes a challenge. Well, you got what you need. Allah is the source of our strength if we allow Him to be that. So when you go back and you pull on your strength, then you can handle all this easy. It'll be that easy. But keep in mind that you're praying for growth. You're praying to be able to help. You asking Allah to broaden your breast, broaden your love, broaden your compassion, broaden your understanding, knowledge, wisdom. These are the trials that's going to help you to get there. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Wow. When we ask for something, He ain't going to just give it to you. He's going to give you the trial to build you up to get it yourself, really, and be prepared for it when it comes. Woo! Sometimes we ask for stuff and we don't know what we got to go through to get it. I want to be a helper of black people. Oh, you do, huh? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this is the hardest job given to man. Oh, you want to help the people in the mud, huh? Oh, come on. Come on, get ready for this fire. Because I got to prepare you to be able to deal with them. I got to take you through some things so you can know what it, woo. You teaching with that one, boy. Golly. That was good, yeah. All right, let's go to, let me see who next now. Let's go to Brother Remus.
Yes, sir. You was leading me right into where I was going, big brother. Assalamu alaikum, family. Ramadan Mubarak. To my brother Roy as well. Struck a lot of nerves, obviously. In the Flag of Islam, I recommend you get the little book. I think it's $5 at the final call, and anybody in here, a lot of people can guide you to it. It talks about the sun, the moon, and the stars, and what they mean, what they represent to us, and the greatest flag on this planet, the flag of Islam that we have in the nation. Chapter 91, Al Shams, is called the sun. It's real brief. And it just says in the name of Allah, beneficent, the merciful, by the sun and his brightness, and the moon when she borrows light from him, and the day when it exposes it to view, and the night when it draws a veil over it, and the heaven and its make, and the earth and its extension, and the soul and its perfection. So he reveals to it its way of evil and its way of good. He is indeed successful who causes it to grow, and he indeed falls who buries it. Thamud rejected the truth in their inordinacy when the basest of them broke forth with mischief. So Allah's messenger said to them, leave alone Allah's she-camel and give her to drink. But they called him a liar and slaughtered her. So their Lord destroyed them for their sin and leveled them with the ground. and he fears not its consequence. Brother Rim was reading from chapter 113, Al Falak, the dawn. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the dawn from the evil of that which he has created, and from the evil of intense darkness when it comes, and from the evil of those who cast evil suggestions and firm resolutions, and from the evil of the envier when he envies. I looked up supernatural because, like Brother Ben pointed out, we have the hardest job on the planet, which is to resurrect the black man and woman. Hardest job on the planet, most of Elijah Mama said, the resurrection, the mental resurrection of our people. And I've been through some trials. I pray that none of y'all have to deal with your daughter being taken from you. But I do know Allah tests you with what you love. If you love alcohol, that's going to be a test. If you love your watch, your diamond ring, that necklace, oh, that's going to be a test. Because Allah, we're taught, is an envious God, jealous God. It's He don't want you to fear nothing but Him. And you're going to find out self. When you find out what you love, could be your wife, could be your daughter, could be your husband. Ooh, Allah got you. You about to get tested and purified. I promise you. And supernatural. See, natural, brother, is, I know a lot of brothers that I've met, they doing time or they know someone that did time because it was natural that someone hit them and they hit them back. We're taught as FOI, never raise your hand to your brother unless you intend to kill him. So we have to be long suffering. And so you would be naturally correct because it's a natural urge. Wife, ex-wife, there's still love. I don't know if y'all have children. It's a natural reaction. But we got a lot of us doing time, 10, 20, 30 years or life or two lives because they naturally responded. And Master Farad Muhammad was an example for us, for the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said, you have to be arrested. You don't have to be. Let me correct that. You have to endure this. If you love your people, you're going to have to suffer much in order to affect the change over them. And so this becomes that kind of work. And supernatural is of a manifestation or event attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature, unnaturally or extraordinarily great. I'm here to suggest this walk that we're on is a walk of Jesus, and it's a supernatural walk. And you're going to have to take much to do this work. And when they see you, just know something. People see you, me, us, they're reminded of someone else that has done them wrong. And they get re-stimulated when they see you. So the tendency is they're going to probably do you wrong because they've been trained a certain way to see you see themselves a certain way at this point. And so, and you might want to ask them, have they ever felt that feeling before you showed up? Because you're just the effect. Something else caused them to be a certain way. I promise you that brother got some stuff in his mind, some demons, some stuff that who knows where they go back to. But just know when you show up in their life and you say you felt betrayal, and Brother Ben had to find out, was it money? Was it? And that helped everybody to understand. No, it wasn't about the money. It was some other stuff going on there. And I would suggest everybody look at Malcolm X, Minister Farrakhan speaking, the 25th anniversary of Malcolm X's assassination. What really happened? If you need the link, I have it. It's kind of hard to find, but even if you type that into YouTube, but it's in there. If it's not about 3 hours long, you're not looking at the right one. But you need to hear how he dealt with his own journey, and a lot of lessons in there. That's very, very powerful. And seeking refuge in Allah is what this is all about. What do I mean? What do we mean? What would Allah do? What is the mindset? We get the mind of Allah when we read this Quran and when we have that message to the black man. We have an understanding of this is what it means. We're good at forgiving white folks. We're good at that. We have a hard time forgiving each other. They talk about 7 times 70, the forgiveness, because you want to stay out of that prison. At the end of the day, you know, you can do a lot more out here. You be right and justified, and yeah, you feel a little better, but now the reality is, you take somebody off the planet, do this, there's going to be a consequence. You're going to have to do some time away from what you really, really love. So the ability to slow down, and that's why this Quran and Ramadan is so powerful, because once you see you can do it, put your desires in check. And, I want to eat, but I'm not. I want to have sex, but I'm not. I want to, and you begin to control you, put your diet in order. So I just wanted to share some of that, big brother, but I appreciate you for sharing, because every one of us is dealing with that on one level or another. Thank you, beloved.
Yes, sir. Sister Brianna? Is she still on? I don't think she's still on. Sister
You mean
Kava?
Sister Priha?
There we go. Apology.
Oh, there she go.
Goodness, walking down the stairs, fumbling. That's so funny. Man, when you're rushing in the morning, I just had, you gotta be still. What? Because I dropped my keys behind the radiator room. I'm here looking for them. Anyway, so, man, I forgot what the sister's name was, but it made me think about, let me make sure I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi as I pull off. Hold on. All right, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even say awesome liquor folks. Apologies for done work. All right, so what I wanted to bring up is when the sister was talking about her trials and tribulations, and yesterday I had a decent trial, right? And just doing the work helped me, like going on social media, spreading a good word, right? Trying to wake the people. It helped me get out of what I was thinking about into a better mode, right? So, as y'all know, even though now I do life insurance, so if y'all need life insurance, holla at your girl. But I also do Uber Eats, as you guys know. And I kept on getting trip after trip that felt like such a waste of time, because like the order was getting already picked up, right? They don't work with the service anymore. And it was irking me, right? I don't know if I a different word than irk, but it came out. I was getting really frustrated. And I turned off the app. I quit. I was about to say, you know what? I'm going to go home, whatever. And then I had to think, like, Allah does not like quitters, right? So I had to stop what I was doing to relax, went online real quick, and then, like, thought about how he doesn't like quitters. So just to keep on going, no matter how frustrated you may be, no matter what may come up, Allah does not like the quitters. So hope that helps somebody. I have more to say, but I'm gonna leave it right there.
You just be laughing. Praise be to Allah. Sister Kava? Sister Kava, you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Ramadan Mubarak. I wanted to, I just wanted to say this. I hope it's not in opposition to what everybody else was saying, because it is similar. But I want to read from the Quran, chapter 7 and section 6. And I wanted to share this because it stood out to me before the brother asked his question. So let me read it. And the companions of the fire call out to the owners of the garden, pour on us some water or some of that which Allah has provided for you. They say, surely Allah has forbidden them both to the disbelievers. And I wanted to say that only because, yes, we have to have patience, and but we don't have a punk God. He does not play. And so when we have that patience, I think sometimes we think that justice, just because we're being patient with our brothers, not necessarily our open enemies, but just because we're being patient, we're being long suffering, that justice is not going to take place. And for me, this ayat proves that our lot don't play about us, right? As long as we are worthy and we get into that garden, those who have taken advantage of us, those the disbelievers, those who are the open enemies, Allah is not even going to allow them to get a drink of water or any of the provision, and they'll be at our door asking the companions of the fire. So those who are coming against us, I want to say that because I want us to be powerful in our stance. I don't know, Brother Ben, I know you said you used to watch Muhammad Ali a lot, and I know I've been watching him lately, and I was just saying, man, the time when he was with the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was so strong. I mean, he was just hitting the open enemy in the head, like just with the Quran and with his words. And so I want us to really just know that, you know, our Allah got us, and he is the God of justice. And, you know, he's not going to let our enemies get away with anything, man. He is so for us. And I want to read this last ayat because he is not a punk. That's all I'm saying. And I just feel like our minister is not a punk. And, you know, we shouldn't be punks either. But anyway, I want to read this. Where's this last one? When he talks, oh, this part right here. Source ayat 71. He said, indeed, uncleanness and wrath from your Lord have lighted upon you. Do you dispute with me about names which you and your fathers have named? Allah has not sent any authority for them. And this is the part where he says, wait then, I too with you am of those who wait. So, you know, when we have patience and they think that they're waiting, the devil, Iblis, he lies and waits for us. He comes before us from our front, our back, our side. But we got a guy who's waiting too. You know, he's waiting to bring this wrath down. So I love what the sister said. You know, justice, you know, it when it comes, you can't delay it, you can't bring it closer. But I just wanted to share that. I know we being patient, I know we are growing, I know, but we got a God that got our back, and he is not a punk. So that's what I want to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Yeah, I think there's a part. I don't know. I don't know. Man, I don't know where it is, and hopefully we'll read it. I think it says something like, "You may forgive them, but I won't forgive them." I forgot. I don't want to misquote it, but something like that. So, yeah, I'm gonna rejoice. Allahu Akbar when you see it. No, I'm just playing. I don't
Yes,
know.
sir. He did say that. I don't know what, but I just jumping in. Yes, sir. That's one of my favorite parts.
Yes, ma'am. Sister Nubia. Sister Nubia. Sister Nubia. It's one of them.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Peace, Brother Ben.
Peace.
Most of you know me as the vegan fitness goddess, but I added Nubia because I want to make room for other fitness goddesses, be they vegan or not. But Brother Ben, I had a picture with you just now at Savior's Day. I just saw you. You know me.
Yes,
But
ma'am, of
anyways,
course.
Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. That's first of all. And I can't get on here, Brother Ben, without acknowledging your wife because she sat right in front of me as I graduated this past Savior's Day. She was right in front of me with you guys as brand new baby. So I just want to congratulate her as well on her graduation. I don't know if she's there and listening, but do tell her I'm congratulating her on that as well. This, guys, is my third Ramadan. My first one was 3 years ago because I considered myself like a know-it-all. And someone said to me, go ahead and since you know everything, read the Quran then. And I said, I'm going to read the Quran because I need to go in there and see. I'm going to show you guys or people who are Muslims exactly why I know they're crazy. And as I read the Quran during Ramadan, I realized I was the one that was out of the loop and I was the one that was crazy and not everybody else, that they knew, because when you read the Quran, it comes to life. Allah comes to life. God comes to life. I was Christian before and then Jewish. And even though I was Jewish and then, abstaining from pork and not eating things like that, God really didn't come to life and jump out the page for me and become real in my everyday existence until the Quran. So once I read the Quran, I started my journey into transitioning or reverting, as some say, into being Muslim. But that being said, I just wanted to point out a couple of scriptures that we read today that stood out for me. And I didn't quote the exact verse, but there was the one part where the devil said he was going to roam to and fro, right? And as I'm listening to all of our callers calling in and everything, I just wanted to remind us the devil said he was going to roam to and fro, right? He wants the best of the best. Those who the devil already has, right? That he's already tricked, because this trickery of the devil, like Minister Farrakhan says, we can't fathom the depth of him. Everyone's tricked. We're all confused. Who's God? Where is he? Is he in the sky? Where is he at? So those of us who the devil has tricked, right? He don't want us. He's already got those. He wants the ones that are waking up. He wants the ones that are about to leave his trickery and revert to Islam, right? The true religion. He wants those ones. So when you decide that you're going to walk this walk, you definitely are going to be tried. For me, when I started walking this way, out of the lie, my blood brothers started dropping like flies. I lost 3 of them back to back to back. Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then after the New Year. And it was just like, you know what? I understand I'm gonna be tried, but it was like the more that I was being tried, the more I was calling on Allah. And I realized through studying and as I continue growing and going to my classes at the mosque and everything, is that the devil is Allah is going to try you. I'm sorry. And it's because he wants you to call on him. Like when we're on an airplane, as you were saying the other day, brother, when we're on an airplane and there's that turbulence, we call on God, right? We don't call on anyone else. When we lose people, it's God. Why? God, 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 right? So he was just putting me through those instances, and he puts us through all of these so that we can call on him and he can bring us closer to him, right? And the other part of the scripture that we read is that he has a will. Allah has a will. His will is always that. He wakes up who he wants and he leaves asleep who he wants. So if you come across people who are acting devilish or evil to you, they're moving by the spirit of not Allah, by the devil. And also Allah is also not blessing them to wake them up. So you have to, what I do is when I see people going other than, I don't actually get mad. These days, I actually realize that it's more of a blessing because I have been blessed to even be able to see that is someone walking other than God. And also, it also shows me that I'm blessed enough that Allah woke me up to even know righteousness. So at some point, I don't want to say it's pity upon those that are not awake, but it definitely reminds me that I am, that God, Allah did choose me. You understand? And so I pray that Allah chooses as many as he wants and as he can. But at the end of the day, you have to understand it's always his will. I never question it. His will just becomes more and more real as I continue growing with the Nation of Islam and as I continue growing as a Muslim. So I just wanted to share those things. Don't question things like that. Just keep on focusing on Allah instead of giving all your energy to what wickedness is doing out there, and you'll just have more and more abundance. And so I just wanted to add that and pray for everybody. And Ramadan Mubarak. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Praise be to Allah. Brother Ben, who is that sister? I'm an Orthodox Muslim, whatever that means. I like to study with her. She has IG. I don't know who you're referring to. Let me see. Let me see the time you said that. I don't know what time. I don't know if you talking about Sister Nubia that just spoke. That's on the screen. Let me know. Sister Gina M.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to make a comment to the brother and to all of us. We're taught to think 5 times before we speak. And that's so that we will think about things before we just blurt out anything and end up in a situation. And Allah wishes peace for us. Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. And the minister even told us this year, he said, don't wish happy new year. He said, wish peace in the new year because it may not be happy. So, I just want to put that out there to try to, give some ease to the brother and help him as all of us have been trying to do. And I have to apply it to myself as well because I have trials and tribulations, especially when it comes to family. So, and I have to think 5 times before I speak. Sometimes you just have to let it go. There's a book called Letting Go to help you learn how to let things go and not, take them, not hold them inside of you so that they eat at you. And you're doing peace through Ramadan. Think 5 times once it's over. Think 5 times while you're going through it. And so you can make your sound decision when you come to the end because it's between you and Allah. Whatever you decide, he's going to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? In whatever way that will come across, and you want to make sure that he deals with you positively. He'll deal with that other person. So you don't have to worry about that. As one person actually said, that he made peace. And the next day, the brother, or whatever time it was, he passed away. He transitioned. So let God handle it. Don't hold it in your heart. He wishes the best for us. And that's all I want to say. Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Kareem. The great brother Yankan the Don.
Assalamu alaikum.
Lake Salam.
Ramadan Mubarak to the family. Oh man, y'all coming with it this morning. See, brother Ben, it's that time, man. To my brother Roy. It's interesting that you said what you said. My mind went directly to ayat 122, where it says, "Is he who was dead? Then we raised him to life and made for him a light by which he walked among the people, like him whose likeness is that of one in darkness, whence he cannot come forth. Thus their doings are made fair seeming to the disbelievers. And thus we have made in every town the leaders of its guilty ones, that they may make plans therein, and they plan not, but against themselves, and they perceive not." See, when Allah calls us from the grave, as he asks us, do men think they will be left alone on saying we believe and they will not be tried? Indeed, we tried those who were greater than you. So Allah will know those who are true, and he will know the liars. This person, they still in the grave. Has the light touched them in the way that it's touched you? Remember, there was a time that those of us who know, it was a time when we knew not. And the Quran says, if Allah were to destroy man for his sins, not one soul would be left alive on the earth. And you don't have to worry about those who come against you, because according to the Quran, Allah made the enemy for you. But why did he make the enemy for you? It was so that you could see something in you that needed to be worked on. It was so that you could be made stronger. When you in the gym lifting weights, I'm talking to somebody right now. When you in the gym lifting weights, you only gonna build muscle if you got resistance on the bar. So you don't know what you made of until opposition comes. You don't know what's sitting inside of you until you got to fight with those who fight with you, but you got to use wisdom. You got to use guidance. When Malcolm turned on Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we see the end of what happened to our dear brother. We see the end of those who come against those of us who strive to submit our will to do the will of Almighty God Allah. And even from the Christian perspective, it says that it would have been better that a millstone had been tied around our necks and we be dropped off into the depths of the ocean than to mess with the least of these that are following Jesus the Christ. So I'm saying to you, brother, don't worry about that. If he tried to backdoor you and deal with your baby mother or your ex-wife, then that's a headache you don't even want. So Allah says, leave them alone, blindly wandering in their inordinacy. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You just keep your eyes on the prize and keep on going. And to all of the believers on this call right now and those listening, man, we don't let these trials overcome us. We are the overcomers. Allah wants to show us that we are the greater takers. There's nothing that is imposed upon us in the way of what we feel like is wrong. It's only designed, black man and woman, to make us stronger. So now is not the time to feel like, why me? The real question is, why not you? There were those that was before you that went through way more than what you went through. It was those that was betrayed way worse than you. So you got to study history, because of all studies, history is best qualified to reward our research. If Allah tested them, he wouldn't be just if he didn't test us. If he didn't test you, it wouldn't be right for him to just leave you alone just because you say you believe. Oh, no, we got to put the books away. We got to take the test today. We got to see what we weighed up. Oh, I don't know who I'm talking to, Brother Ben, but I know I'm talking to at least one person. So, man, y'all don't worry about this little small. There's a book called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And when you look at it in hindsight, you will find that it was all small stuff. And had you not went through what you went through, you would not be who you are. Oh, I'm going to say that one more time. If you had not went through what you went through, you would not be who you are. So you thank Allah for all of it, because there is good in all of it. If you would look for the good, you would find the good. And every seed of difficulty in it is the equivalent seed of opportunity and a chance for you to be made a better person. And I'm gonna just leave it right there, man. It's time to battle this daylight right now. Who with me to go on and crush this daylight, man? That's back to you, Brother Ben. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Praise be to Allah. Listen, I don't know. And now I love my people. Oh, man, shoot. I don't even like watching white movies and white TV shows. Anybody who know me know I ain't lying. But man, I have not heard any teachers like the students of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I ain't heard none. I mean, can't nobody fire me up like somebody who got these teachers and got that spirit of Farrakhan. Man, I mean, I love the Baptist church now. I'm not one of those who act like the church ain't never did all the church, that music. I listen to it when depending on what mood I am. I give me a Freddie Haynes. Yeah, I still listen to some TDJ. Yeah, I know what's going on social media. But the the minister called him a great preacher. But man, when it comes to somebody who fired up with that word and the teachers with the exegesis that we have, oh man, I mean that type of energy you get from that is just, oh man, it's extraordinary. Man, it's extraordinary. Yeah, the preacher, they be preaching now. I can't. And the preacher's gonna give you, I mean, they gonna put the picture in your mind. Imagine that the preachers did Ramadan. I got up in the morning. I got up out of my bed. I went to the sink. Put the water on my face. I got my ablution. And then, boy, preachers, boy, say, they gonna give you the whole story step by step. I opened up the book. I went to part 8. Ramadan about to start, and I ain't even 8. What I say, a preacher be taking you through the journey, boy. I love me a good Baptist preacher, boy. I'm not gonna lie to you, boy. I love a good Baptist preacher, boy. Let me go
you better teach. Hey, Brother Ben, you better preach, Brother Ben. Go ahead.
Say the preachers, boy. Come on now, you can't leave that alone, boy. Can't leave that behind. Now that's the foundation. Let's go to Dr. T. Dr. T. Dr. T still here? All right, let's go to Brother Alfonso. Is Brother Alfonso here? Look like he done left. Okay. Let's.
Brother.
Oh, there you go. Walaikum salam.
Yes, brother. And first, I wanted to give a comment to my brother who has to seek refuge in Allah from the envier when he envies. That I believe he said he was taking care of his two daughters this morning, and that's more important um, to not miss a day of that than to seek retribution from an envier. To be in their lives because that's part of the construct of white supremacy. To that retribution on them and then end up in their jails in their system. Uh, and just going through something and not being there for them. And that leads me to I don't have my Quran in front of me, so I'm just going to expound on some points that I heard on the paracall. So I also wanted to say that when you were talking about a man, I just wanted to say the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad through Jibril, but the minister teaches us. Well, everything I know it from Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the minister and my grandmother, who I was raised Hebrew Pentecostal, so that's Jewish, but we have church like Sunday church, but we celebrate Passover and all the feast days. And I was taken to the mosque by my father when I was about 10. But first, I stopped off at the Christian church also, and I just my mom had to pop me in my mouth one day. She's an MGT now, but she was going to church now, and she had to pop me in my mouth one day because I was just so unhappy being there in the Sunday church. But the first time I walked into the mosque, I was about 10 or 11, and the MGT was drilling, and I didn't know anything about it, and that just drew me in, just the black love and the black unity and everything. And she didn't have nobody had to pop me in my mouth about that because it felt natural, even though in my mind the difference between the two religions, the main one and Hebrew Pentecostal, they actually wear headpieces and they pray with their hands cupped, but they believe God is a spirit, and so I had to deal with that, while being a junior FOI. But I never had as much success as I've had within the nation. So anybody that's coming into the nation, don't leave because that's the journey I'm on right now. Don't leave because it's the only thing going, especially for the black man. But just talking about the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad through Jibril, and the minister teachers taught me that. And that's for those that you was having a discussion about we don't follow man, but also some of our Muslim brothers say they don't follow man, but of course America is in a lot of places in the Middle East, and a lot of our brothers over there are in bed with America. So you do kind of follow men in a certain way, and you can break that down however you want. I don't want to take up too much time, but I also wanted to give to the paracall some of the things that helped me just realize that Allah came in the person of Master Farah Muhammad through my journey of religion, and that everything that's happened since is correct. As far as us relating the minister to Jesus. Uh, if you go to John chapter 8, uh, in which he pulled during the Savior's Day lecture, but if you read the whole chapter, I always think in my mind that this is a man in Rome, uh, around Jews and Gentiles, around white people, but this is a melanated man. This is a black man talking to these people. And he is telling them to correct what they're doing. And he's talking to the Jews, and you'll see Pharisees and Sadducees. That's Jewish leadership. So you got to look at who's doing that today. Who's doing that today? Who's talking to the Jewish leadership and trying to correct them? And, who's talking to the Pharisees and Sadducees today? And then you will hear him talk about the synagogue of Satan. and call out who the devil was. Well, in that very same chapter, Jesus called them devils. So here you have these comparisons. And I also want to say that, God told Abraham, know of a surety, this is in Genesis 15-13, that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. But then he says in Deuteronomy 18:18, he's telling Moses, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto to them all that I shall command him. And you can't have a man like Moses. Everything I got from the minister. You can't have a man like Moses unless you have a people enslaved, and you have to have a pharaoh, and we have to be under tyranny. Also, this man cannot be an integrationist. So also this man cannot be an integrationist. These are just some of the things that help me realize that the Nation of Islam is right and exact. That's all I'm giving right now. Have we been here 400 years? Are we in a stranger and are we strangers in a land that's not ours? Have we been afflicted every day? So that's who the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is. He is that Moses. And if you research who Moses was, he had a stammering tongue. He asked for a helper, in Savior's Day 1954. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad asked for his helper, and the minister joined the next year. Aaron could speak very well. We know our minister is nothing like him, walking the earth. So, what else did I want? Oh, and I just wanted to. I know we have a lot of heard a lot of things about milk and bean soup and everything, and the researchers of the nation, the disciples of Jesus, those top ones. I have to. Brother Wesley just kept coming to mind, and if you go to Brother Wesley Muhammad's YouTube page, it's just you'll stay there all day. You will stay there all day. But he has, for those who come against us in Islam, our brothers who call themselves Sunni, and Prophet Muhammad was neither. He was nothing. He was just a Muslim. That's when the minister said he don't even like the word Orthodox. But I lost my train of thought. What was I, brother Ben? That last point. I just want to make that.
Where you was, I didn't know where you was about to go
man,
with Dr. Wesley page.
Oh yeah, brother Wesley. So he has two. He has videos on there. Is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad guilty of shirk? Part 1 and 2. Is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad guilty of shirk? Well, he breaks down. Brother Wesley, he was an atheist. Brother Wesley was an atheist. So he doesn't do anything without proof. He needs proof. So that's what makes him one of the top reasons. Anybody need proof. So he talks about the milk, the bean soup. He talks about the serotonin. Music. To try to fucking help coaching, bro. I got my own goddamn ticket. Get your bitch ass off my lip. How you gonna?
Dang, brother, not during Ramadan.
Wow. Yeah, brother. But he has all types of videos about the feminization of the black male and everything like that. So, assalamu alaikum, family. Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you, Brother Ben, and the whole team, Sister Randisha, Brother Wesley. Y'all do an excellent job. Y'all helping to resurrect me. I've been on this journey, and hopefully I'll be in my FOI uniform soon. Just pray for me, and I pray for y'all, and I thank you. I thank you, Brother Ben. Love y'all. Assalamu alaikum.
Praise be to Allah. Boy, brother Coach Collins, y'all said we gonna be tested. That brother that got tested before the call was over. That's all right. You gonna try again tomorrow. In light, they say, man, that was brother Cube in disguise. I know that voice when I hear it now, brother. We on to you, brother. Don't be coming in here under disguise. Look at him. Here we go. Look.
Thank you all. wonderful Savior's Day. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Ice Cube from the Lynch Mob, and this is Brother Ron 2X. I'd like to wish the minister, his family, and all the believers a happy Savior's Day. I've been to the minister house 2 times, and both of those times he's treated me with the utmost respect. And I've come to this conclusion. Black people only have one leader. So you follow Mr. Farrakhan anywhere he wants you to go. And to all the devils that's listening in the audience, if you touch him, we won't be just rapping. Salam alaikum.
Brother Q. Shout out to Brother Q. Boy, but Ice Cube, boy. Yes, sir. Somebody reach out to that brother. Make sure you're all right. I think his name. Oh man, he done got off the Zoom. No, he didn't. I see him up there. Yeah, somebody DM. Make sure he all right. Yeah, tell the brother, not right now, brother. No, we're gonna do that later. Seek refuge. Let's go to Brother Daniel. Brother Daniel 6X.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm glad I'm coming behind what Q said. Dear brother. You know, as I was listening, I got on late. Not feeling too well, but we just worked through the struggle. But I'm just thinking about how in this hour, the minister said we're going to go through great trials. We're trying to follow the Jesus. And if we don't know we're trying to follow the Jesus, we will soon learn, because this is the time of the Jesus. So what's coming to my mind is that this is a time of separation. One of the things I had to learn is that, and the minister said it, we all not going to be together in this singing kumbaya in the end. Jesus is a great separator. Mother-in-law from daughter-in-law, father-in-law from son-in-law, husband from wives, wives from husbands. This is a tough time. And the only way we can get through this time, yes, is to be lock and step with the God who came and the 2 Jesus that's in front of us. And we have to look at everything they went through. Everything. And understand that some aspect of the trials that they went through, if we want to be made like them, we're going to have to suffer. I can remember what's coming to my mind is closing the gap, where the minister said that when something has happened to you, don't look at what God is doing to you, look what he's doing for you. And I'm also thinking about when the minister spoke on the 7 heavens and God created the 7 heavens, he said, look at this like 7 levels of consciousness. And when we are trying to raise our consciousness from where we are to where Allah wants us to be, there are grades with Allah. And as we're trying to elevate our consciousness, as it was said before, we're going to have to go through trials to qualify for those various degrees of consciousness in heaven that we want to get into. And unfortunately, some will not try to come out of darkness into light, and we won't be able to dip back or double down and give some of those light that we desire to give light because we love them. But if they haven't qualified to elevate their own consciousness, it's unfortunate. We won't be able to do it. Cleaning. So, no, I'm sorry, fam. So, someone is listening to me talk. So, I apologize, fam. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Praise be to Allah. Yes, sir. You cleaning, all right. Cleaning our hearts and minds and spirit. Yeah, tell them. Sister Tornisa.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak. What stood out to me was Section 8, Noah. Certainly, we sent Noah to his people. So he said, "O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Indeed, I fear you, the chastisement of a grievous day." The chief of his people said, "Surely we see thee in clear error." He said, "O my people, there is no error in me, but I am a messenger from the Lord of the worlds. I deliver to you the messages of my Lord, and I offer you good advice. And I know from Allah what you know not. Do you wonder that a reminder has come to you from your Lord through a man from among you, that he may warn you, and that you may guard against evil, and that mercy may be shown to you. But they called him a liar. So we delivered him and those with him in the ark, and we drowned those who rejected our messages. Surely they were a blind people. So it stood out to me that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was called a liar, and now in present time, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is called a liar. We are all in the ark. And those that is walking with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we are not wandering blind. We have a messenger before us that's giving us information, showing us a way. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad has books out, 5 books, 5 pillars of Islam. And so we must study those books, and those books will guide us. We got How to Eat to Live from God in person. And if we study that, not only do we get a physical, but we get a mental, spiritual, emotional, spiritual and physical food, not where you're just putting it in your mouth. So we have to learn to walk our post in a perfect manner, keeping always on alert. Take charge of this post and all temple property in view. And if we to study that, we can make it across. We won't be looking at what someone did to us and all these other different things. We have to understand what we have done that Allah is allowing different things to try us in this time. See, we always look at what someone else have done, what they have done. But the minister said, you point one finger, how many fingers is pointing back at you? He also said, look to the right, look to your left. Those persons might not be there. So at the end of the day, we have to study what we have done. And if we study what we have done, we're going to understand that we are going to be tried. But how are you going to survive? How are you going to move forward? How are you going to press forward? Are we going to keep dwelling on what someone done to us and dealing with the jinn from within? Or are we going to come out like gods, like warriors? Like, we don't have a punk God, okay? We have the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan that's right before us, that's fighting. And we fighting for Islam, and we should surely win. So whose side are you on? Are we weak? Or are we strong? And we walking with the God? Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Boy, I told y'all. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that spirit? Ooh-wee. Up next, we got Brother Pete Dior Jackson.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Walaikum salam.
Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to thank you. My introduction into the nation was through you on Instagram. Reading your post around COVID times, reached out to you to see what first step is. You said read message to the black man, so I did, and my letter's been accepted, and so now just studying to show myself worthy, brother.
Praise be to Allah.
The nation's done a lot for me. Dr. Sister Ava Muhammad taught me about female being the second self. I've got a young daughter, so her legacy will live on through her teachings with my child. Brother Nuri, Holy Quran 53:39. Man can have nothing but what he strives for, and so from there, weight loss. I'm getting my doctorate now, writing books, and doing professional speaking. So like I said, man, the nation has done a lot for me. But a testimony that's happened during Ramadan, I got a phone call, text, email from a company I've been working with on behalf of my student loans. Brother, every single one of those dollars has been wiped away. And so I just wanted to give Allah some glory publicly on this power call. $209,000 gone, wiped away during this Ramadan. And so I just, I can't thank Allah enough for that blessing. So I just wanted to share that, brother, and thank you for the power call, and blessings to everyone that's listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Say that last part again.
Those student loans, brother, $209,000 gone.
Man.
Paid off, wiped away. Wiped away. The stone was rolled away, brother. Gone. Gone.
Ooh-wee. Praise be to Allah. Yes, sir. Man. All right. Let's go to Brother Antone. No. Let's try Sister T. Dr. T, you ready now? Dr. T, I saw you said that you was still here. But I don't see you coming off the mic though. Ooh, we done crossed 3 hours, y'all. We on this thing rolling. We still got over 6 people still in the queue. Ooh, y'all get ready. Y'all ain't got nothing to eat anyway. Y'all ain't got nothing to do. Let's go to Brother Antone, part 2.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
What I want to it's a ayat in the Quran that say Allah is nearer to you than your own jugular vein. Now, if Allah is nearer to us than our own jugular vein, and we know our jugular veins run right here on the side of our neck that develop blood, that deliver blood into our brain, in between from our heart to our brain. And we know that the blood is the life force where we get our energy, our vitamins, and everything is carried in the blood. And if Allah is nearer to us than our own jugular vein, and we know that's right here, then that means Allah is within you, like we've been being taught the truth. And if Allah being within you is tied to your jugular vein, and we know that's the blood is our life force, then Allah is our essence. And in our journey, that's one thing we can't never forget is the personal responsibility and the personal accountability. And that's what I love about the teachings, because it make you responsible for what you do, responsible for your growth. You can't put it out and say, oh, it's just gonna happen. Or like we say, ain't no spookiness. And that's what the enemy has been good at. The enemy has been good at getting us to look outside of self and attach to things outside of self. And we know that if I attach myself to a car, to money, and that's my source of happiness, and that's what make me feel good about myself, then I'm weakening and putting something in the way of my connection with Allah, which in the Quran, Allah tell us, remember Allah much. That's the greatest force. That the greatest thing you could do is remember Allah. Now, we got to reach a point where within ourselves, all we got to do is think about Allah and we automatically feel better. Think about Allah and we automatically have confidence. We automatically feel good, automatically feel great. And that's, that boils down to us really going within ourselves, really going within self and really understanding ourselves and learning ourselves, like in our teachers say, that accept your own and be yourself. We really gotta be have the courage to look at our life, look at what happened to us in the past, look at what happened to us through the stages of our life, so that we can know why I move like this, why when this happened I get uncomfortable, why this, why that. We gotta understand that about ourselves if we really intend on being successful in this classroom of God. And one more point. We are told that it's right there, but we gotta remember that, like it said in the Quran, man can have nothing but what he strives for, and soon his striving will come into focus. So we really gotta put forth the effort. We really gotta strive, and we really gotta make it happen. Because if we don't, then ain't nothing gonna happen for us. nothing gonna happen for us at all. You could say you hungry, but if you don't put that spoon in that plate and dig that food up with your own hand and put it to your mouth, you ain't gonna eat. So we just gotta remember that we gotta strive. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. I want to give a shout out to Emmanuel Eakins. Thank you for supporting the power call. Sister Gwendolyn Williams. Sister Gwendolyn Muhammad. Thank you for supporting your power call. All right, let's try Miss T. You ready?
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
So is it Mr. T?
It's my mother. I'm her
okay.
son.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to give a testimony. I'm 20 years old, practicing Ramadan for my first time with my mom. In 2020, I learned about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad during the pandemic. I was graduating from high school, and I was an average student, like with my grades. But once I learned about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that the black man was God, and I was able to master my work and become an A student and get back-to-back honor rolls. I read Message to the Black Man. I was more attracted to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings about meeting with God, and everything made sense to me. I shared the teachings with my mom, my brother, and my father. He was kind of on the edge about it, but I never knew that Allah would guide me to accepting these teachings and them changing my life. Assalamu alaikum. That's all I wanted to share.
Wa alaikum salam. Praise be to Allah. May Allah bless you on this journey. And I can tell you, you keep your eyes on the minister and study the minister and his example, man, you're going to be all right. Get that book, Message to the Black Man, which I'm sure you have, and get the book Closing the Gap, because Closing the Gap, he goes into beyond the surface of the teachers, and it's the heart, mind, and soul of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So, man, you study them teachings, man. You keep being on this power call and ask questions when you got questions, and, man, you're going to be well ahead in your class. So praise be to Allah. Congratulations on doing the Ramadan. Let's go to Sister Brianna. Sister Brianna still here? It don't look like it. Yeah, I don't see her name. Sister Farah, still here?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So something else came to mind out the blue. Well, not out the blue, but I kind of thought of it earlier this week. How I feel like a lot of us still think that Allah is a spook God, or at least our actions show that. Well, speaking for myself, I know my actions sometimes show that. And but I came to the realization earlier this week. That's right. Allah did come in the person of a man. Allah came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad. A lot of us, we act as if we're still waiting on some mysterious force from the sky to come into our lives and fix our problems. But no, when we call on God, we're calling on a living God. And with us being made in the image and likeness of God, we have that same power and potential to say be and it is, then make our vision a reality. Yes, call on him for strength, call on him for refuge, call on him for wisdom, guidance, and protection. Then if you follow his instructions, if you stay on the path, you put in the work and do the job that he puts before you to do, he answers you. Allah helps those who first helps themselves. Healthcare, I'm sorry, not healthcare. I'm sorry, that was autocorrect. He can't help you if you aren't ready to receive him. How can you expect Allah to enter a dirty house? You are the temple of God. You know, we're supposed to be cleaning up our diets and our minds. You know, clean up the filth that dwells within your mind and nurse on the Quran. Um, the God that created the universe, that same spirit, that same essence that's within Master Fard Muhammad is within us as well. All of us, the original people, God of the universe. We all were born with that potential. So you are looking at God when you look at your brother and sister. You're looking at God when you look at yourself in the mirror. We're reflections of each other. You know, we are Farrakhan, we say. We are Muhammad. We are Master Fard Muhammad. Allah came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad to make us into himself. He came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad to show us that God is the original man, the black man, the lost sheep here in the wilderness of North America. Allah came into America in the person of Master Fard Muhammad to the lost foundation of Islam to make us accept our own and be ourselves. But what is yourself? Your own self is a righteous Muslim. A Muslim is one who submits to do the will of Allah. It is in our very own nature to be a righteous Muslim. So if that's the case, you know, if we are all born with the same nature, really we were born to be one as a people. When we all become one with Allah, we find us all becoming one with each other. We find ourselves being more in tune with each other. That's why a sister or brother might speak a thought that you were thinking before you were even able to say it, maybe at a study group. That happens a lot. You know, a sister or brother might say something I was thinking, but didn't get a chance to speak. Um, you know, say He Allah is one. He is all independent. There is only one Allah. But really, God is all of us. Um, we just haven't manifested that God within. I'm trying to figure out the words, how to word it. But yes, that's all I had to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you for sharing. Brother Khalil.
Yes, sir. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Ramadan Mubarak, brother. Thank you again for this amazing platform, and this has been very helpful, and I really appreciate it, brother. Keep up the great work that you're doing. One thing that stuck out to me was the section 8 all the way through section 10. And section 8 was Noah, section 9 was Hud, section 10 was Sally and Lot. And from 59, section 8, 59, it reads, "Certainly we sent Noah to his people. So he said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than him. Indeed, I fear for you the chastisement of a grievous day. The chiefs of his people said, Surely we see thee in clear error. He said, O my people, there is no error in me, but I am a messenger from the Lord of the worlds. I deliver to you the messages of my Lord, and I offer you good advice, and I know from Allah what you know not." So both, not both, but Noah, Hud, and Sally, and Lot all had the same opposition, and it seemed like the opposition that they all faced were the status of the people at that time. They faced the opposition of, you heard in the Quran, in the reading where they say, well, we found our fathers doing this. So they faced the opposition of people being stuck in tradition, power. People were comfortable in their position. And so they rejected when the clear proof came from messengers and prophets of God, because they were just used to doing what they had been already doing. They didn't want nobody shaking up their perceived comfort. So back forward again, it says in the Quran, which we read in section 1, I, Allah, am the best knower, the truthful. a book revealed to thee, so let there be no straightness in thy breast concerning it. And so what that meant to me is the opposition that what we need to overcome, or the trial that we need to overcome, is not only is tradition, our scholarship of this world, our traditions that we're holding on to, our comfort zones. This is a trial for us, because when clear proof comes, we can't have straightness in our back. We have to remain students throughout the rest of our lives so that we can continue to grow. And so I was reading the study guide yesterday where the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan raised up the words of Jesus in Matthew when Jesus said, unless you return as a child, you cannot enter into the heaven. You cannot enter into the gates of heaven. I'm paraphrasing, but I think you understand. But basically, it's not saying to return to be childlike, but to have the mindset of humility, have the mindset of being nurtured and guided, and maintain that mindset. So when clear proof comes, we can receive that truth and not be arrogant and not be stiff-necked and rebellious. And Brother Ben, I know you used the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's quote when it said, when you see a clear glass next to a dirty glass, it's obvious what glass that we're going to choose. But what I'm seeing and what I'm finding from us today is people are seeing a clear glass, and they are choosing to drink out of a dirty glass still. So, and I believe that choice is because people are comfortable. People are used to doing what they're doing, and they would rather a cool spot in hell than to receive the revelation that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is teaching us about. So that's what stuck out to me, brother. Thank you.
Praise be to Allah. Man, I thought you was gonna say, and I guess it was on my heart to say, I thought you were gonna say they'd rather have a cool spot in hell than a hot spot in heaven. I said, "Whoo, that's a cold quote." I'm gonna take it though. I'm gonna put the hot on there. Hey y'all, listen. How many of y'all, and I want to see it. How many of y'all are doing Ramadan for your first time and you completed your first week with us? You made it. You made it through. Press the number 3 in the comment section if this is your first time and you've been making it through. Just press the number 3. If it's your first time doing Ramadan with us, you making it happen. You loving it. Oh, look at them 3s, man. Woo, look at them 3s. Praise be to Allah. I just want to show y'all that, man. Look at that. Oh, so I wanted to share that because this the 8th part, eighth day. Some people ain't never tried no fast. Some people here today ain't never ate once the sun went down. Some people ain't never read no book from cover to cover like this. So for some people, this their first time reading the book from cover to cover the way that we doing it. So man, you're doing something this year, this month, that some of us never done before in our life. Some people are learning the prayer when you ain't never been taught the prayer like we was taught on Saturday. Ain't nobody really said, you was told to pray and you're supposed to pray. But for some people that day, Saturday on that prayer call, that was our first time being able to say, do it like this. This is the meaning. That's what that mean. Here's the understanding. Man. So look at what we're doing in modern time for so many people, y'all, who's new. And I just want to share that because there's some believers on here that may feel like, I don't have nothing I can share. You've been in the nation this long. You've been reading the minister, watching the minister, the little stuff that you think ain't valuable. If you just share it, if you just, when Allah put it on your heart to share it, don't be reluctant. Share it. Look at how many new people on here doing this with us. This ain't all registered members. So this is beautiful, man, to have Christians doing it, Muslims doing it, Muslims who don't consider themselves Nation of Islam. I mean, we got all type of people on here doing this with us. So all praise is due to Allah. Let's go to who we got up next, Sister Randisha. We got a few more left.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ben, Sister Diabra.
Sister Diabra.
Assalamu alaikum.
Like
I
salam.
know that I don't say much, but I listen a lot. And I just want to make a comment about the love that I heard and felt in my heart. Excuse me. On the power call for reaching out to our brother Roy. So that love was so beautiful. It brought to mind a question that was asked of our beloved Minister Farrakhan, and I'll quote it. The question was, what type of conversation should believers in God be engaging in during these dark and uncertain times? We're being bombarded with so much. And his response was, engage in conversation that uplifts the spirit. Engage in conversation that gives guidance. Engage in conversation that promotes the love of the brotherhood. Engage in that which produces unity, out of which progress can be made to help us come through the darkness of the day and the time in which we live. And that, what I heard on the Power Call, plus this is such a beautiful platform. And I just wanted to say that. Assalamu alaikum.
Praise be to Allah. Look at that divine order, because right behind you was Brother Roy. So go ahead, Brother Roy. Is Brother Roy still here? There you go.
Yeah, I'm still here, brother man. I'm sorry. It might be hard to hear me. I'm doing some community service hours right now. But I just really want to say real quick, thanks to everybody that showed love to me. And I appreciate everybody's words of wisdom. Um, it's truly been a blessing. And you know, my question is my sister, give feedback on everything.
Are you on Bluetooth?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
I
just
am
come.
on Bluetooth.
Yeah, if you can come off the Bluetooth, we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me a little better?
Yep. Yes, sir. You good?
All right. All right. So just to get clarification for everybody, this incident actually happened. I feel like God brought it. Like they say when you fasting and when you had a sober mind and you kind of moving in the spirit, a lot of things become revealed to you. Am I correct?
You
God
you
really
got low
reveals a lot
again.
of.
You may be covering your mic. You got low again. You came in clear, but then it would start fading away.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better
Yep,
now?
there it is. There you go.
All right. So from my understanding, when you fasting, right, you and it seems like a lot of things become revealed to you. Am I correct? Like like when you moving in the spirit, a lot of things become revealed to you. God kind of reveals a lot of things to you just to bring to your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
So like I said, I kind of, that was kind of clarification to me. It was like first night of Ramadan, and that came across my desk. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. God kind of revealed it to me, and it wasn't the kind of to get a reaction out of me. It was kind of just to bring that into my knowledge. So my question is, it happened before Ramadan. But I know through, while you're doing through Ramadan, you shouldn't, you shouldn't address certain things. A lot of things you should let slide and kind of think what would Jesus, what would God do, in that situation. So my thing is, you did say address it. But like I say, I'm gonna keep my peace through Ramadan. But do you suggest should I, address it after Ramadan and just kind of get to the bottom of things and just see what's all like the kind of just so I could be at peace with myself, because like I say, it's kind of hard to kind of continue to let things slip by you and just feel like you you're a punk, and that just ain't the way. That ain't just what I'm about.
Yeah. So So you could wait to after Ramadan. So during Ramadan, we just don't argue. You know, we're not arguing. If
Right.
you have to
Mm-hmm.
defend yourself, of course, you always, I mean, no matter if they're in the mosque, you know, you defend yourself. But when you address it, it doesn't have to be in an aggressive manner. So Allah hates the aggressor. So to bring up a situation, especially since it sounds like it's somebody that was close to you, you should be able to reach out and say, "Hey, man, let me talk to you." You know what I mean? So, well, you depending on how your relationship is. So, it's not that we can't have conversations and tough dialogue during Ramadan. So, if you just want to address it, let it be made known that you know about the situation and talk about what you know what you feel about it and what you think about it, and you know share your perspective. If you think that he will care, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Now, if you going to man say, man, I done heard what's going on, say, come on out, you know, that may be, you may want to wait out the Ramadan if that's the spirit, you know, you going in, but I don't think it will go against or that'll break your fast if you want to have a real heart to heart about the situation. So I think it all depends on how you want to go about it will determine that answer. But I don't think that during Ramadan we just let everything slide and we don't address nothing. I don't think that's what it's saying either. So that would be my perspective.
Yeah. Nah. Of course not. Of course not. I'm trying to keep my peace, and it's just things that come. You know, a lot of when you at peace, you know, even though a lot of things going on, even when you at peace, it just seems like a lot of disturbance seems to come. But that's what like y'all say, that's the challenge, and you wanna you wanna still kind of move through that and maneuver through things that do try to come disturb your peace. And like I'm okay. Like I'm not addressing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just when time coming when I feel like I do need to do something about it. I handle that after Ramadan. Right now, I'm at a sense of peace. I'm finding myself and purifying myself, and I just ain't got time for the drama. But I do appreciate everybody. I appreciate the love. It do seem like I set the tone for this call today, and not only me, but probably other souls needed to hear what's going on and really seek advice on this type of situation. But just like I say, I pray about it, keep God first, and I do appreciate everybody words of wisdom.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Walaikum salam. So all the hits should be open. Sisters. Oh, I guess Sister Yatir about to come up. A sister asked me this, so this is not me. When you when you're on your that time of the month, are you able to are you guys permitted or are you guys permitted to fast, or is it suggested that you not fast during that time? So up next we got Sister Yatir.
Thank you. No, we do not fast at all, and we do not make prostration, and even in prayer, we don't make prostration. Okay. So thank you for the question. um, this is too good. I have to actually take notes to keep my point of thoughts here. So I'm going to just go right in notes, keep this brief. Brother Khalil raised the point about the dirty glass. This is not why I raised my hand, but that's the first point I have. So he said, you know, he kind of raised it in a question form, like, I don't know why people still choose it. And it just made me think on why, another reason why people choose it, because we don't see the value of ourselves. Oh my God, because it's like when you look at yourself, you've been made other than ourselves. So here we are, God, but we have been flipped into dogs and female dogs. And this is how we walk around here. So, you throw me a pile of crap, I'm in it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what a dog does. This is what I think I do. So that's why I'm going to choose it. I don't see me being able to, why would I choose something that I see is above me? I'm not that. I'm not worth anything. So that just really was like a mind opening thing, because it really, for me personally, let me slow down because I get really excited and passionate about this work and these teachings and things, because it's about the love. When we can see God in each other, then we're slow. That's why I say love is patient, love is kind, love is slow to anger, and all these different things, because, well, I see the God in you. I know what's on the surface is all this debris and what the enemy has fed us and turned us into or turned us out to, right? But that's not who we are. But when we can love deep enough, why even use that language, love deep enough? Because we got to get up under all of this stuff that we have on top. So if I think of myself that way, then it's easy for me to choose the filth, because that's how I see myself, even if it's on a subconscious level. All right, that's point number one. Point number two, the reason why I raised my hand is because Sister Tanisha, I believe, who spoke so beautifully, she mentioned, she said that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, that they both were called liars. I see that in the chat. Student Lieutenant Brother Marcus had mentioned it, and another brother. People were thinking like they weren't called liars, but because it was just in the chat, we all had the thought, and I had the thought to raise my hand, because this is a live stream. So people who listen to this later may not have access to the words that are in the chat. That's the one thing that they were not called. They were not called liars. And again, when it was said, the question said, well, why were they not called liars? Because if somebody's saying that they are a liar, well, now I can come back and easily say, I'm not lying. Well, here's the proof. But they're already giving the proof. But when you set it up to call somebody a liar, the people's minds are now, they're like, oh, they're lying. And so when I now come and refute the lie, it's almost easier for the people to say, oh, well, I can see that was a lie now. You made it easier for this whole thing to be busted up now. So they stay away from that term. They don't even deal with calling them that, because that would help even more. There's nothing they can do to really to hinder us. But calling them a liar would make it too much to open up people's minds and say, oh, well, if they just prove that you're lying about calling them a liar, well, what does that make you? And now, all that. Okay, so that point is made. Number three, Brother Ben was talking about it being valuable to share. And so that just tied into all of the points about, it brought me back to the dirty glass, clean glass, and sharing and seeing the value in yourself. See, God, He knows who we are. He fashioned us in our mother's wombs. He knows us. He knows why He called us into existence. So Allah knows best where to place His message. If He puts the thought in your mind, I remember hearing this when I, coming into the nation and coming out to, in particular, Friday night study group, self-improvement class, and it was taught like, if people would say things like, when something is on your mind, or when Allah puts something on your mind, it's best for you to share it, and just different variations of that. But about a year or two ago, it came out in the study guides, and I didn't go through my screenshots to find it, but the minister basically said, in this journey, in us going from man, in this process of us going from man to God, it is a requirement, as in it is necessary, it is needed, it is a must for us to expose our thoughts. And I'm not going to just say why and just say black and white, this is how I see why. But if we ask that question, why, from going from man to God, that in order to get there, we have to expose our thoughts. If you ask me, I would say it has a lot to do with the fact that we are all God. Like the 24 scientists that sat around the table, they sat and they deliberated. They talked. Well, this is how we see, this is the information that I have. So now here we are. And we can take a situation, an incident, information, and we all give our different views and perspectives, right? If we are all striving to line up with our mind, with Allah, we are all Allah. So if we are giving the thoughts that we have, we're broken at that as a people. But if we're coming and we're giving the little light, my little light, and your little light, and well, that's a big light that we can give to by sharing what God has put on your heart to share with somebody else. So see yourself as valuable, because you are here and alive. Okay, that was not accident. There's no happenstance person that was just here. And so I'm wrapping up, and that was to the sharing. And the last thing, Brother Roy came back on and he sparked this thought about, it's still back to the dirty glass. In life we choose, right? So in these different life situations, We have the ability to choose the clean glass or the dirty glass in life on what we are choosing. A sister, I don't remember who it was, I would have wrote her name down, but a sister mentioned not giving up. Maybe it was Sister Brianna, but not giving up, and how Allah doesn't, how he hates quitters is what she said. So if you see, tying all of this together, seeing the value in yourself, that you are here for a purpose, for a reason. There's a message in you that God, Allah wants to use to get out to the world, that you see that value so that you can share it, and that you choose the right decisions and the right course throughout your life because you are valuable. Don't give up on yourself and say, man, to hell with this. This is too hard. This is too difficult. I ain't trying to. No, don't you give up on yourself and choose the dirty glass path just because it's out there. Continue. If you are here yet, but you found this replay, you're here now. Continue to choose the right thing. See the value in yourself. Seek refuge in Allah to strengthen you, and you will be successful. That's all I got. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Sister, can you clarify, because now I'm getting mixed messages. Can you pray during that time? Some people are saying yes.
Hello?
Some people are saying no.
Okay, you can pray like a person, like a dua in essence. You know, you might say, and you can be in communion with Allah, but we do not perform the prayer class, the salat that we just learned. We do not perform salat.
Got it. But you can make the dua prayer.
Right. You can have your yes, you dua, you know, your hands may be open and you're praying to Allah. You can be in prayer, you can be in communion with Allah. Yes.
Praise be to Allah. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Let's go to who's next, Sister Randisha. Man,
we have Brother Malik, and then we have well, you can go to Brother Malik first.
Okay, Brother Antone. Okay, Sister Desiree, can you clarify what you mean by that? Because dua is technically prayer too, right? So is that including dua too? Or okay, go ahead, Brother Antone, as she answers that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Like, I guess it was today and yesterday, a brother came on, and I just wanted to share my personal experience a little bit. And when I first started studying, I started just studying the Quran. And all I knew was the nation, because I didn't know about Islam until when I was locked up. I read a little bit of a final call, and some Our Savior has arrived. And even though I was still gangbanging at that point, I said after I read that, when people try to approach me with religion, I say, nah, but if I do become anything, I'll be a Muslim. I used to say that. So once Allah did open me up and guide me to a Quran, and I started studying, when people seen I was studying the Quran, people was trying to pull me. I didn't even know it was no Sunni, Shia, Hezbollah. I didn't even know it was none of these different sects. So when people was trying to pull me, I was like, nah, I'm just going to study the Quran and learn the Arabic and see what Allah's saying, since this is his word. And as time progressed in my just studying, what led me, by the grace of Allah, to step into the classroom of the nation is listening to some of your clips you will put on of the minister. But as I listened to the minister more and more and listened to what he was teaching, it was a fulfillment to me in my studies of a lot of prophecies of what Prophet Muhammad has spoke on about a Mahdi and the second coming of Jesus and all this different stuff. So to anybody who just been studying Islam and you thinking about the nation, for certain, and this is from studying, for certain, the Nation of Islam and this body of knowledge is the fulfillment of what Prophet Muhammad said would come in the last days when the sun will rise from the west. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. All right, we got a brother that said, "Hey, how do I join the nation the right way?" Inside of the Telegram, Sister Randisha, if you can put that link inside of our Power Community Telegram, you're gonna have a list of chats. You got one for Ramadan. You got one for support. You got one for general. You got one for just sharing the teachings. And be mindful, everyone, of what you are putting inside of the chats. Don't just put a question inside of a chat that has nothing to do with your question. So make sure that it relates. But for you, inside of the ready to join chat, you put your name, your location, in your email, and one of the admins is going to reach out to you with your location and the instructions when you go to your study group. So read that Canva link that she just put inside the chat. Read that in full, because it's going to pretty much show you how to operate the chat. And once you get inside the Telegram, that's where you can do that, and we'll guide you from there. Okay. Next up, I don't see the list. Did we lose the list?
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ben. I don't know why he's not coming to you, but it's Brother Remus.
Brother Remus. Oh, I see it.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Yes, sir. To Brother Roy, right quick. There's 5 things that we can all do when we're faced with situations. And one of them is we can flee the situation. The other thing is we can avoid it, slightly different than flee it. Kind of going around it, so to speak. Another thing we can do is neglect it, just pretend like it don't even exist. We can succumb to it, just let it overpower us, or we can confront it. And that's pretty much what I heard Brother Ben, in essence, in that spirit, addressing it, confronting it. We as brothers in the nation are out there with that final call all the time. When you're in the community with our people, you confront a lot of things, a lot of situations, just walking down certain neighborhoods, you're confronting stuff. When people see us, the bow tie, they see us, when they see them Muslims, them brothers coming, there's a spirit that comes with us, because this information is the most Elijah Muhammad, Minister Farrakhan, it proceeds us. When they see that bow tie or the bean pie or the final call, they know there's a certain energy there that has got love all up in it. So as you deal with, and the only thing that would lead to a sanity for yourself is to be able to confront it. How you confront it, you have to make that call. Hopefully with the Quran, pulling the Quran in, I would even suggest something to think about. You're going to make your own decisions in your life, but just something to marinate on. And if it resonates, cool. If it doesn't, that's cool too. But bringing the Quran in the conversation, brother, I'm fasting, I'm doing Ramadan, because when you raise Allah's name in that conversation, it's kind of the point I was trying to get to about the final call, and it changes the atmosphere of the conversation. Because I watched the minister, he addresses and confronts the demons, the devils, the satans, on the highest levels, governments, but he always comes in a certain spirit, and he's always waking up that he's in alignment with Jesus, with God, with thus saith the Lord. And he's giving references. And I watched that, I studied that, and I would offer to you that as you do that as well, and let it be known that, because you got to confront it. The Quran, Allah says you have to. If you don't, in roundabout paraphrasing, if you don't confront it, it's like a disobeying of Allah. You have to deal with whatever you have to deal with. We all have things we have to deal with, especially you talking about children, the children's mother. It's not like you can just probably pretend and just ignore it. I heard that in your spirit. So as you talked more, as you shared more, I understand that there are things in life you just ultimately you have to deal with it. Somebody knocking out at your door, baby, go take care of that. I don't want to confront that. No, you gotta deal with stuff and see. If you got a camera looking out, that's cool. But if not, some things you just have to deal with. So I appreciate that. Hopefully that has some value in it. And I'll say to those that haven't heard yet, this is the one by Brother Jabril. For those brand new people, just put a note over to the side and add that to your library, and that'll serve you well also in your journey. I promise you.
Yes, sir. Brother Rio.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Hold on one second. Family, let me go over this real quick. So when y'all go inside the chat, let me break it down. You have the general. That's for general questions. Then you have power call replays. That's only for me to post the replay links. When people click on that chat, we only want them to just catch up and see the replay links. If you ready to attend study group or go to the mosque, you go to the chat that says ready to attend study group or mosque, put your name, your email, and your location. If you read something in the teachings, Message to the Black Man, you got a clip of the minister you like and you want to share it, put that in the share the teachings chat. If you got a testimonial, man, I love the power call, man, I love what you said, I love this, you put that in the testimonials chat. If you want to support, you go down there to the support power call chat. If it's anything about Ramadan, you can ask that or say it in the Ramadan chat. If you got a link to something, you read an article, you got a link to a video, you put that link or a file, ebook, some PDF, you put that in that group chat. If you like, man, where's the link at to where I can get into the class? That's inside of the morning Zoom links chat. And then I got my book chat where I'm rewriting my book because they was asking me about my book, Kun Fa Kun here. I'm going to be reproducing this book and some people wanted to get it. So I'm putting quotes from the book inside that chat. But please make sure y'all are asking and putting things in the right chat because when people go inside these chats, I don't want them to see dialogue that shouldn't be there. I want them to see exactly what that chat is made for, okay? All right, let's go back to Brother Rio.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna share. I was just really gonna just listen like I do every morning. But the sister brought up something about sharing. You know what I'm saying? If Allah put something on your heart, on your mind, and yeah, I had a lot of stuff that I wrote down. But my point comes to the brother Antone, and one thing that I wrote down. It's like in part 8. I want to say ayat 159. And it was like, as for those who split up their religion and became sects, thou hast not concern with them. Their affair is only with Allah. Then he will inform them of what they did. And that's just like dealing with like the Sunni and this Muslim, or even with the Christians and the Baptists and this one and this one and this one. Right here is telling them that you shouldn't split up your religion. It should just be one. You know what I'm saying? It should be one. So I'm dealing with that right now. Like when I got uncles and people I'm telling about, you know what I'm saying, what I'm doing, how I'm doing this Ramadan, how I'm reading the Quran. You know, I get pushback. The first thing one of my uncles told me was like, yeah, man, Sunni Muslim, they don't respect the nation. We do it like that, or they do it like that. And I was just like, I just read that and heard that this morning in the reading, and that kind of threw a light bulb in my head. Like this is the real word. Like this is what it is. Like you're gonna have people come against the word. You know what I'm saying? Just stay strong, and that's all. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you. Brother Roy, I saw you put your name and email, but you're missing the address. Now, I forwarded your message to the right chat, so please go inside of that chat. It don't look like you put the location there. And then Shamilia, I'm not sure, you're just kind of putting what I put inside the chat. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. But if you can clarify what you're trying to say, I'm not sure. Inside the Ramadan chat, I want to make this clear just for those who may be listening to the stream, but you're not inside the chat just yet. Here's the official answer. This is from the Muslim prayer book. All right, here we go. There are certain circumstances and conditions under which a prayer is unacceptable to Allah. For information about these, please consult your minister. Okay? Looking around, moving, or talking during the prayer is strictly forbidden. Even slight movements of the hand is not tolerated except when such motion is absolutely necessary. Muslim women need not to perform any of the prayers when in menstruation or while in childbed. The clothes worn when praying must be clean in every sense of the word. So that is the official answer, everybody. Now we're going on 4 hours. So we're going to end off with brother who's next? I just seen somebody. Who's next, Sister Randisha? Is it Brother Antone? Is the study group online or in person? The study group is in person. So this is just an online community where we can read and study together. But the official Nation of Islam meetings take place in person. So put your name, email, and location in the proper chat, and we'll help you get to your location. All right, we're going to end off with Brother Antone.
Assalamu alaikum. This I guess you could say this for Brother Roy. Now, we got to look at brotherhood and sisterhood. We got to look at community. Now, I'm just gonna paint a picture. We in the mosque, right? Me and my wife divorced, so we not together no more. I can't get mad or upset if my wife end up with another brother. I can't be mad about that. No matter how close me and that brother was, the Quran only forbid certain people from marrying certain people. And nowhere in the Quran do it say that a brother can't marry your wife. It recommend you not to marry your son wife after he divorced her, or marry your father wife after he divorced her. But when it comes to friends, cousins, close partners, whatever, I mean, if we done moved on, we moved on, whether we got kids or not. I'm free to be with who I want to be with, and she free to be with who she want to be with. So I can't take a hostile approach or have ill feelings about this, because if we done, we done. Whether it's my homeboy, my cousin, my brother in the mosque with me, you know what I mean? If me and the sister is done, we done. We got children together, but that's it. But I can't dictate who she be with. So if you're going to deal with that, pray to Allah and ask Allah to guide you in that, and how to deal with that if you just feel like you have to say something. But don't do it out of a jealous heart or hostility, because that's when we find ourselves in situations that we'll regret later on. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Wa alaikum salam. Beautiful point there. That came to my mind. I don't know why I didn't say it. Maybe because I was dealing with more of the attitude. But we just read that. So I don't know if that was yesterday, 2 days ago, but it was recent when it broke down who's permitted to marry, etc., and all that. So yeah, it was a couple of days. We just read it. So just go back a little bit, and it gives you who you are not to marry and what's permissible in the eyesight of Allah. Now I know us. No, nigga, no, she off limit, cuz no. I know that's us. But we're talking about Allah's coloring and Allah's perspective. So that is a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, so let's go ahead and end this, man. We had 3 hours and 57 minutes, man. This is the longest power call. Not the longest power call. We actually done been 6+ hours before. We'll talk about that another time. But this is the longest Ramadan call for sure. So I thank all of you all. For tuning in, giving your feedback, and may Allah bless y'all to have a strong day today. Don't break, stay strong, I don't know about y'all, but it really been a breeze for me. I mean, usually, your stomach, you be like, oh man, this thing been right. I didn't eat yesterday until late. Yeah, the day before that, I didn't eat till late. When it was time to break, I didn't even break then. I said, man, I'm feeling pretty. I'm okay, So yeah, man, this thing getting easier and easier. Maybe it's because we doing it as a community. I don't know. Or we full of that word in the morning. We getting full. Now, what's the brother say? The brother gave us a ride. He said that oxytocin. And I know I'm probably saying it wrong. As y'all can see, I probably didn't pay attention in science class. But what he say? The brain, that's getting full. That's being satisfied. So maybe that's why our stomach not as hungry. But yeah, it's been going pretty good, man. So y'all stay on it. Brother Ben, you still eating them bean burgers? Man, thank you for saying that. I need to hit up Sister Summer and get me one. Man, them bean burgers was good, man. See, I'm not even finna try to mess it up. But yeah, let's go back to the burger. Man, I need to get a bean. I need to hit them up today. Them bean burgers was good. Y'all check out them bean burgers. Yeah, always bean. But thank you all for listening, and we'll see you guys, inshallah, in the morning, 5 a.m. Central Time. Assalamu alaikum.
Is Brother Ben here? Brother Ben. Now, Ben got a heck of a program. A lot of people listening to Brother Ben. And Ben tells them about the minister. And Ben